Good morning, everyone. I wasn't sure if it automatically unmuted me or what after the generic countdown you guys saw there. It is 7, almost 7:20 in the morning, and I am awake for Harmony Montgomery. I am determined to see this trial through, and we might be in for some long days, but we got this, right? So if you're listening, if you're on replay crew, if you went back to watch parts that you have missed, I am grateful and thankful for you that you took the time to go back and listen to Harmony's story. I did listen to a little bit yesterday again of the opening statements. And if you guys want, while we have time, I can play anything that y'all missed from yesterday. I'm looking up a few things, also like clips and such, that we can kind of go over that'll just kind of give us a reminder of yesterday's testimony. So, with that being said, let's see. Okay, yeah. So while y'all are gathering in and all that stuff, me, I'm literally trying to wake up. Just opened my eyes about 25 minutes ago. So, I'm here though. I'm going to try to find those other videos and then I'll be right back.
It's about the story.
Presto Chesto, good morning. Are you really wanting to like early this morning? Hold on, I'll send you one. But I am just waking up resto and just still awake. I'm gonna send it to your DM. Oh, sorry about my typing. Trying to remember to hurry. Okay, I'm trying. I sent it. Okay. Got the link sent. We're gonna wait for Russell. We have, let me share this screen so I won't miss when this starts. Okay. Why is my other account still in here when I logged out? What the hell is going on here? Okay, I can't kick that. Oh no. Okay, I'm tripping. I'm gonna go ahead and play this trailer for y'all. It's like yesterday. It's 30 seconds long, and we'll watch that real quick while we're waiting for rest of.
An innocent child and an unthinkable tragedy. 5-year-old Harmony Montgomery disappeared in 2019.
So we just need to find out where she is. I have nothing to say.
Now her own father stands trial for her brutal murder.
I did not kill my daughter Harmony, and I look forward to my upcoming trial.
So many questions that come back to the same question. How could this happen?
The murder of Harmony Montgomery trial. Live coverage today, only on Court TV.
Yo, Daisy.
Good morning. Hi.
Good morning. Hello. How you doing?
You're wide awake. Oh my gosh. Hi.
I'm still awake. I totally forgot that you were streaming. Not gonna lie to you.
Oh, you're good.
But,
you're good.
But I'm gonna show you some love real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, because it'll be a full day today. Yesterday was 6 hours, so today's probably going to be longer.
I'm gonna put you. No, so I'm gonna have your stream at the bottom of my stream. Hold on, give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a second. Oh, I think my stream can hear you. Hey, in stream, can y'all hear Daisy in the back?
Wait, you're live right now?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
I literally. Yeah. I literally started my live and like I was playing my intro and then like I got the noti. I was like, I'm gonna go outside and smoke while my intro is going. I got the noti. It was like Daisy May is live. I'm like, holy fuck! I totally forgot she was going live today.
Oh yeah, you're good.
And I was like, oh fuck. So I was like, damn, might as well show some love because I'm only gonna be playing Cuphead anyway.
That's I'll be able to say hi during my breaks and stuff.
No, I'm gonna put your stream at the bottom of my stream. I'm gonna do like a Neve thing. I'm gonna pull a Neve and just like put your shit at the bottom of my shit.
Oh, that's nice.
What's up, Flying Low? Okay, no business. Okay, so this says, oh Jesus, none of my business, but I hope you and Easy speak offline because y'all energy was off in the other stream. Listen, it's no energy off. Everything's fine. Don't worry about none of that. Like it's nothing. It's nothing. Like, men, we talk different. Honestly, it's just a different thing. It's a different structure, and it. I don't really know how to explain it. I don't really know how to explain it.
I have to go back and watch all of that because I passed out during your IRL stream. I was out, so I got some catching up to do.
We all catching up. I even went on whiskeys today. I went on whiskeys. I took a shot with whiskey because he gave me this drink. This drink is awesome. It's like a traditional thing, and it's like apparently really fucking.
Oh, I like how it looks.
Yeah, me too, right? And I took a shot with him.
Nice. You have been busy.
Well, I took like 2 shots. I ain't gonna hold you. You know what? Hey, let's even it out. 3rd time's a charm, right?
Yeah, there you go.
3rd time's a charm.
I'm on the job today, so I can't partake. But I got my sweet tea. Ew.
Okay.
That face. No.
When does the trial start?
I have 20 minutes, so I'm about to go over like some clips from yesterday to give us a little reminder and all that stuff of what happened.
Oh, okay, cool. Don't let me fuck up what you got going on.
Yeah, you're good. Nobody's in here yet. It takes a minute.
I'm in there.
No, I know, but I'm saying that like the people that are following the trial, they usually come in a little later. So
okay, you want to know something crazy? So like I tried to wear the new restos, right? The Chanel's on the stream, right? Like okay, like look at that, clean ass Chanel's. You know what I'm saying? So look, the crazy part is this screen doesn't do the thing that the screen does, but this screen over here, fucks. I cannot see shit.
Oh.
Like this screen is completely black when I wear these. Completely black. And so like I have to go like this. Well, I'll be like this on screen. And like I felt so bad because on mails I kept turning my camera off and like doing stuff like that. Like it was crazy. It was crazy what I was doing. Okay, I'm kind of excited. I don't know why, but like I did have a good IRL stream. Do you see my new picture?
Oh no! Wait, where did you get this one?
I got this one at the Daiso. Remember we went to the art aisle and it was like every fucking picture frame had like a piece of art in it. And I was like, I'm gonna get the one with no art in it and I'm just gonna keep that. And so I got this one.
Okay. Yeah,
And I
I
got a
fell
little
asleep
Louis
before that.
statue.
Oh
I got a Louis
look!
statue.
I love that. I missed it all. That's awesome.
Oh wait, I got some sandals.
Dang. Oh, I need some slides like that, bruh.
What else did I get?
Nice.
I got a new cable for my camera. Damn, what else did I buy?
Did you get that mount thing for your phone?
I did not. I did not.
Okay. I remember you talking about that.
Louis wants some love. I don't know why. Come here. I think he heard his name. That's why he wants some love.
Oh, Louis. Louis the man.
Louis be chilling. Louis be chilling.
I love Louis. I'm looking at your
Yeah,
too.
I want you to stay longer, Heiko. Like next time, like I mean, we had some pretty good conversations. Okay, Louis, that's enough love. I gave you love already, broski. Let's go over there. Like, yeah, damn that. I don't know what this drink is. That shit's strong.
And I keep thinking that you're like day drinking, but hello, it's like nighttime for you.
No, it is literally 10:30 at night.
Yeah. I forget.
It's 10:30 at night. Yeah, you tripping. But I'm probably gonna be up for a while. I'm gonna be up for a long time.
So you'll be able to hear me in your ear and your chat will
Yeah, everybody's gonna be able to hear you. Yeah, I'm gonna actually let me set it up right. Let me set it up right now.
That's a bigger audience, you know. You know what? It's okay.
A bigger audience? No, I pull like 12 people, dude. Like it's nothing. On a good day, I'll pull like 20.
Same. That's how it was for me. You know what's crazy is whenever I was following the Kylie case before me and that creator fell out, dude, I would have like 80 to 100 people for Kylie's case. And I had gotten used to it, you know, like it didn't bother me. But then now it's like, okay, I do like the lower numbers. It's a lot easier to manage.
I do too. I like my little community. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I like y'all. The little Scuffed House. Like I actually like just going in Scuffed House Discord and just chilling.
Did y'all end up doing that?
After the stream? What's up, Alley Cattails? After the stream? No.
No, it was
I don't
before.
think
we were in there
before which
before,
stream?
and it was before your stream, so you had dropped out, and then me and Leopard kept talking, and then Micah yelled across my house, "Rastal's live!" We were like, "Oh, we gotta go." Okay, so we dropped out, and then we went into your live.
I'm sorry. I don't want y'all to be like that, man. Like I don't want y'all to.
Oh no, we didn't want to miss it. Neither one of us wanted to miss it. Hey, Intuitive. Good morning.
Yo, big salute, Intuitive. Big salute. Yo, tell me why I typed Daisy and then like OBS completely picked up which fucking window I was talking about.
Oh.
So hold on, let me move this over here, and then like I'm going to fix this real quick. I'm gonna take myself out of it. Oh shit! Sorry, didn't mean to hold that. Put this over here.
I'll be able to hear you too. So I just gotta talk over like.
Yeah. I'll stay in your stream. I mean, like, okay. So if you don't want me to,
no, you can. I just want to know how it all works.
Okay, so basically, I will move out of your stream if you need me to. If you need me to be quiet, or I can just mute in your StreamYard, and you won't be able to hear me, but everybody else will be able to hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So right now, your stream is at the corner of my stream on some Neve shit.
Yeah.
And let me see how. Oh, my daughter is trying to text me. Hold on. She's been on my ass ever since she got a phone. Like she's been on my ass.
You know, all the women in your life, your wife, your daughter, your friends, we all stay on your ass or stuff.
Yo, yeah, all these women be on my ass. For real.
So
hold on, let me click it to the scene. I don't know how
I have a question while you're brainstorming. Is it okay if I drop my channel in your chat? I don't want to
why you keep
take.
asking me, bro?
I do that. It's me.
Stop asking me some dumb shit like that.
They'll be
course
able
you
to
can.
watch it on your screen though, so y'all are good. But I'll drop it just in case anyone does want it. I see Allie Cattails. What's she saying? Yeah, Allie, we know you. I know you from Blind's channel, Blind's community.
Hold on. I need to try to fix my shit. When I switched my scene, it didn't work out for me. But give me a second. Oop. Give me 1 second. Give me a second, y'all.
Okay, I'm gonna look for this clip real quick.
Yeah, look for the clip. I'm going to. Oh, there we go. I think that one's it. Let me see. Yep, there's my game. And then I'm gonna pause the game. Put my chat back up. If I can find the chat, because I'm on a different thing. Cut that off. How you sleep, by the way?
I slept amazing. And I feel amazing. I've been, self-care, getting up early. It's actually a good feeling.
Okay, chat's up. Chat's good. Chat's up.
Allie remembers me. Allie is the OG, I'm telling you. She was there at the beginning of Kylie running case, and she knows like our whole previous community. It's kind of cool how everything comes full circle.
Full fucking circle.
Yeah.
Okay, window capture, add existing, and we're gonna put the Daisy one here. There we go. Okay, cool. Again, we're gonna crop everything. Take your banner off just in case. Just in case it's not big enough. Okay. Pause. See, that's something I never heard. That's not big enough. All right. So your thing is in the corner.
Wow.
And then I still got my game. Everything should be fine. And I'm actually going to put a blending mode on this one. I might put a screen. No, screen is too much. Screen is way too much. Let's see, blending mode. Maybe subtract. Nope. I might not even put a blending mode on there. I'll try multiply. If that don't work, then fuck it. No, nope, fuck it. I'll just do the opacity then. If the blending mode don't work, I'll just do the opacity of this one. So we go to properties and then do the opacity. Sorry, I'm just talking dumb shit right now.
You're good.
Thank y'all for staying in my fucking chat though.
Shorts. Okay, yeah. All right, let's see. Intuitive, are you still here? I know you're usually the first one here, so good morning.
Okay, so it might be a little. I'll make it a little bit more, but it's going to be a little bit transparent. But y'all should be able to see Daisy's right there on the right hand side for me, so it's probably on the right hand side for y'all. While I play this, and chat's up here, and then yeah, we should be good.
Yeah, I'm looking at yours right now and talking.
Yeah, how does it look? Are you talking in my chat? I don't see shit.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it. Oh wait, I should fix chat then. My chat's fucked on this one. Oh, my chat was way down there. Okay, cool.
Okay.
So y'all, apparently I'm talking to Daisy. We're watching her shit. I'm sorry, I did not know that she was live. Well, I knew, but like I forgot. I think I've been on live all day. I literally been live all day.
Since you're, well, did you take a break in between your real life stream? Yeah, obviously. This is
I
on
don't know if I did.
Resto's. Yes, Intuitive. This is also on Resto's channel. I dropped his link above if y'all want to go and check out his channel and sub up. This is Resto the Besto.
Yeah, so like her StreamYard, whatever she's streaming, is gonna be on the bottom side of mine.
Yeah, I see that.
Because I said that I was gonna watch her shit and interact and shit. I'll probably end up muting. Like I'll probably end up doing like this. Hold on. Where's my cursor? Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because I can't be multitask. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you
Now
want to
you can
chime
hear me
in,
on StreamYard.
yeah, if we're on
Yeah,
break
I
and
can
you want to chime
unmute.
in, you can. Yeah, because when you're talking and I'm going to be trying to talk at the same time, I would be like, "Wait, what, Resto?" I'll be so sidetracked.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you should
Okay.
probably turn my stream off.
Oh yeah,
Or
I'm
or
not
at
in your
least mute
chat
my
anymore.
stream.
Yeah,
At
I just
least
have it
mute
on
my
the
stream.
tab. I got you.
Okay. Yeah,
All right.
because it's about to be starting 7 minutes, right?
Yeah. So okay, let me clarify. So no, Intuitive, he's just streaming, showing support. So he's doing his own thing on his channel. And I'm still streaming the trial here. So definitely stay here for the trial if
Yeah, thanks. Let me pop up your chat on mine too. Look it. I'll pop up your chat too.
It's gonna be busy. You sure?
Yeah. It'll be fun.
Okay. Who's this?
I got this. And then let me make a new thing called Daisy Chat.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it because that kind of helps get Harmony's name out there too. She's getting her justice, so that's for sure. It's just a painful process to watch. Pratt Mommy 4. I have not seen you here, but you know me from Kylie's case. Welcome. When she did Kylie, I lost track of a lot of channels. Yeah, and a lot of channels stopped covering Kylie Rodney, honestly, because of all the drama and all the lawsuits and stuff that was coming out of Kylie Rodney's case. But it's good to see you. Come on, my spelling errors. Girl, we all have spelling errors. You're good. Voice to text on the way. My voice to text be tripping sometimes. Yeah, definitely sub up. I'm going to be covering the extent of this trial. We don't know how long they're going to go. I know they did 8 witnesses yesterday. Today's a full day in court, so I'm not sure how many witnesses. But it will be interesting. So far, the state has done really well, and the defense hasn't really had much of an argument with any of the witnesses. It's been like 1 or 2 questions, and then they kind of just moved really quickly through them yesterday. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta close your stream because I keep looking at the dang thing and I want to
Yeah,
chat.
don't look. Okay, so I got your chat and my chat up. It's fine.
Yeah, you're good. I'm good. Thank you, Alley Cattails, for showing up and hitting the like. I'm so glad you found my channel. We're always meeting up and talking in other channels, but I don't think she had ever made it here. So thank you, Resto. She found me.
All right, Heiko. I'll see you later. You said bye. Said bye. Oh no. Oh, because she was saying. Okay, he was saying that to somebody else. Okay, cool.
Oh, my damn keyboard. Hold on.
Yeah, I must start Cuphead because that's what I said I was gonna start. And your thing starts in 4 minutes. Okay, so we can still talk until then.
Yeah, I'm about to show one of these clips real quick.
Okay, show your clip. I'm gonna mute out of yours. I'll still be here, but I will mute, and then like if I have something to say, I'll pop back in.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Oh, you want me to Maybe I'll do this on yours. Will that make it better?
Yeah,
Because
it
like you
is
don't
a-
want to see me over. You don't want to see me up here like fuck.
no, it's not. It's not distracting. Oh, well, I know what you mean, but I won't be able to hear you.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter.
I know, but you'll be able to see me, and I'll be like, you know what
Yeah,
I
it
mean?
makes
Like
it for
I'll
some
be doing that.
interesting clips. Leave it. No, I'm
Okay, I'll
just
leave it
kidding.
like that. But I will mute. Oh wait, oh for real? No,
It's
I don't
up
want
to,
to.
it's
No,
up
that's
to
too
you.
serious. It's too serious for that. I'll do like this on yours.
True.
They can still see me, but yeah, I will mute out. But if I have something to say, I will mute back in.
All right, cool.
All right, cool.
All right. Ali, yeah, I realized yesterday when I was rewatching everything, it's a really case because just the opening statements were like there were things in there none of us, knew were in there. But I understand it's heavy, so please go have some fun over at Restos, and you can always just catch clips of this. I completely get it. I'm going to show some shorts from yesterday of some of the witnesses that testified. Let's see which ones they show.
We're going to see a couple different locations in Manchester. In some ways, it's going to be the beginning.
Oh, this is interesting because this is when they took the jurors for that drive that we didn't get to see. And so this is like a little clip, it's a short from what the jurors were able to see on that drive they did on day one.
Beginning of a journey that you will likely never forget. This is also the last journey that Harmony Montgomery took while she was alive, and where her body went afterwards. It's a journey that's into the actions of the defendant on that day and the days forward. We're going to drive by places where Harmony was first assaulted, where she was later killed.
These places are exhibits of your mind. These places in your mind, you apply to everything else that you hear, see, and consider in this case. The state said that this was the last journey that Harmony made. This is where the dispute starts. This is not the journey that Harmony made, but this will be the journey that we make today.
That was so sad with the way they worded her last journey. And it's so true. And that's what's so heartbreaking. Let's see. This was part of the opening statements.
Where is Harmony Montgomery? Where is Harmony?
Oops, I'm sorry.
Where is Harmony Montgomery? Where is Harmony? When people across this nation, from Florida all the way up to Alaska and everywhere in between, were looking for Harmony, there's one person who is not. One person. The one person who should have been looking for Harmony was not. Her biological father, that defendant that you saw 2 days ago, he wasn't looking for her, and in fact, he was hoping that she wouldn't be found. His concern was not with finding this innocent 5-year-old girl. His concern was that she would be found, and that his heinous and depraved actions.
Jesus.
When did you last see Harmony?
Okay. So this is Crystal Sorey. This is Harmony Montgomery's biological mother. I will say her testimony was one of the most emotional yesterday. She has been through hell and back, but she got her life, she completely turned her life around, and she's a completely different person than she was back then. And this has been extremely difficult for her.
April
April of
2019.
April of 2019.
Yeah, right before Easter.
How did you see her?
Oh, I was doing a Facebook video call.
By December of 2021, what else were you doing to try to find Harmony
I was
to respond?
Calling DCF. I was, telling my therapist, talking to anybody that I knew was, either a mandated reporter or had some type of leverage because I wasn't getting anywhere. I had wrote also to the mayor.
When did you last see Harmony?
Yeah, she really did try and fight for her daughter. And Kevin Montgomery really surprised me yesterday. He really did come through. I was really skeptical about his testimony because of like the times that we've spoken to him on Twitter and spaces and all of that. Like we've had conversations with this guy, and you know, he really did come through for Harmony. He told the truth against his nephew.
When you got home, did you see Harmony there?
I did.
Where did you see her?
I seen her standing in the kitchen.
And when you saw her in the kitchen, how did she look to you?
She had a black eye.
How did the black eye look?
Full, like a raccoon's eye, black and blue.
Black and blue.
That's so sad. And she was so tiny.
Yes.
And when you say full, what do you mean by full? Can you give us a good
All the
example?
way around.
When you got
And if you took note yesterday, Adam moved in. They were all living together in that home. And the minute that Kevin and I believe it was his wife at the time left the state, he returns home, like 2 weeks later? And it's like that's when Adam, you know, did everything he did to Harmony. But while Kevin was living there, Adam didn't do any of that. It's crazy.
And let's talk about that injury that you saw. What can you tell the jury about it?
It was a pretty severe injury. At the time, you know, I questioned Adam, you know, what happened, and he told me that she acquired it during a soccer accident. Yeah.
When you say severe injury, what did you see? Can you explain to this jury what made it severe?
Her eyes were blackened. Yeah, it was pretty intense in the moment. Yeah.
Was it concerning to you?
It was, but he told me that she acquired it during a soccer accident. I have kids, so I understand, you know, accidents happen. So.
And let's talk about that injury that you saw.
Okay, so I'll switch to this tab when it starts. There's no sound right now, so we're just waiting. Could be any minute. But while we're waiting, I'll just touch up on a few notes from yesterday. So Kevin, not Kevin. Who was this guy? Okay, so there was a former DCYF worker. We didn't get to see. Yeah, okay, so that was the guy that we were just watching. He was the one who did the follow-up after Kevin, the uncle, called in to CPS. He did do a follow-up. When he arrived at the home, he later learned that it was Adam and Harmony that were leaving, so he didn't get to speak to them. He did, however, let's see, he got to see her for like 10 to 15 seconds. He did call Adam to try to arrange a meetup. Adam just kept putting it off, basically. And they even spoke to him about like doing a home visit, but Adam always had an excuse. Like there was never a time where he could meet up. And they could never locate him. So they did have a lot of people, like Kevin Montgomery called in, and then once Crystal just, you know, figured out, hey, like I have not seen my daughter. I don't know why it took some of these people so long to realize that they hadn't heard from Harmony. She hadn't been to school, because remember, it was 2019 when we now know that's when she passed away. You have the alert and everything going out for them to look for her in 2021. So it took a while before people really started speaking up and noticing her absence. And that's what breaks my heart so much, is that they took so long to find her, or to find out that she was missing, I should say, because we don't know if we're going to find out what Adam actually did. And then again, we might, because like I said, lots of details are coming out. I'm sorry, but I do not trust both sides of those families. Harmony's, are you talking about the mom, like the bio mom, Crystal's family, and Adam's family? Adam's family is definitely, I don't know. All I've heard from was the uncle on his side so far. Some people that are close to the case have talked to, like, they've actually had conversations with Crystal, the mother. They've actually had conversations with Michelle, the adoptive mom, which we heard from yesterday as a witness. There was a lot of people in Harmony's life. It's just the right calls weren't made. And when they were, CPS was literally just kind of like putting it off to the side like it didn't matter. And that is why they were also investigated, because, and specifically for the death of Harmony Montgomery, because they played a huge part in this. She had a home. She had a loving family. And then the unspeakable happens when they hand her back to her bio father. I think there is going to be some twists and stuff that comes out intuitive. I don't know why. I'm wondering if I'm pretty sure, obviously, right, that they have more evidence than was in the affidavit. So I think that we're going to learn a lot. And we just got to mentally prepare ourselves. For a lot of us, we've covered this, since the beginning. And it is really, really tough. And it's going to be a long day. So definitely take breaks when y'all need. Please don't feel obligated to be here the entire time. I'm going to be taking breaks like when they're taking breaks and such. So yeah, I appreciate everyone that is here for this, and those that will be coming in, and those who are watching on replay. And shout out to Resto for streaming it. And now we just wait for the trial to start. Oh, any of Harmony's family. Yeah. Like I said, she did have a lot of people in her life. It's just, but Adam also probably kept her hidden. Like, didn't one of the witnesses, or maybe it was the opening statements yesterday, he noted that when they started living in the car, he would have to cover her up when they would take her places, because he didn't want anyone to see the bruises and such on Harmony's face. And this is according to this the state's opening statements yesterday. Good morning, Bex. How are you? Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, he did definitely keep her hidden. And in my opinion, Harmony was the black sheep. I don't understand if he didn't want to raise another child. I know him and Kayla had 2 or 3 children together. And when the state wanted to just, hand him back his daughter, it's almost like someone had said in my chat yesterday, he did it just to spite Crystal, because he despised Crystal so much. But if you know that you can't take care of your child, or you don't want to take care of this child, why not leave her with the foster family that was possibly going to adopt her? That's the kind of thing that I think about that breaks my heart. But yeah, so they're a little late this morning. Let me see if I can find some more clips from the testimony, because we had 8 witnesses yesterday. And we only saw just, 4 of them? Let's see.
Yo, Daisy, you really over here speaking facts. I'm not even gonna hold you. I say you really over here speaking facts. I'm not even gonna hold you.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm passionate about this case, man.
I can see it and I can hear it.
Mhm.
Like even knowing nothing about it, just hearing you talk about it, like it almost feels like it's in your bones. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I was telling Leopard. Like, as much as I wanted to kind of step away from it for a little while, it's just like my thing, you know. Like, I don't know. That's what I said too. Like, I'm keeping this channel for moments like this, and we have some big trials coming up this year of cases that I follow for, closely. So, yeah, definitely gonna stick to my true crime side, But yeah, that poor
Okay.
baby is right intuitive. Thank
I
you.
just wanted to say that. I'm gonna go back on mute.
No, you're good. Thank you. Okay, Crystal, the CPS worker. Thought they would have more clips out, but because yesterday was the day that we had most of our witnesses. And yes, I do have notes, so y'all will hear my little notebook turning because I keep notes. Let's see. Oh yeah, and that's another thing. So day one, was that the day he was not in the courtroom, and he showed up via video call and conceded to guilt of 2 of the charges, of which included one was the abuse of a corpse and the other one was falsifying information. He did not concede to the actual murder, and I forget what the fourth charge was, but basically it's almost like, and Court TV also pointed this out, so did News Nation, it's almost like he's like, okay, I'll admit to these 2 things, but I'm still sticking to I did not kill my daughter, because we've seen him say that months ago, and it seems like he's still sticking to that, which is frustrating. And then it makes you wonder, what's their strategy? What is the state's the defense? What is the defense's strategy? Because it's almost like a twist that they threw in there. Like, why would they concede to those 2 charges? Like, they're splitting it in half. Is he going to try to point the finger at Kayla? Like, they're both kind of pointing the finger at each other. But, and I will keep saying this because I will remind you guys, yesterday's opening statements, the one statement that sticks in my mind from the state's attorney is that when Kayla testified, she didn't realize just how much on point she was. Like, she was honestly, like, in other words, she was being really honest, because so much evidence is backing up everything that she's told us. And a lot of people were doubting her because, yes, she was with him the entire time. Yes, she, like, in my mind, before going into trial, I was happy that she spoke up, but it still makes me so mad that, she's basically getting away with it. She was involved. She was at every location. She knew what was happening. She could have spoke up earlier, but she didn't. But now I'm learning, and I'm seeing a whole different dynamic where you're looking at an abusive, narcissist guy that put fear into Kayla, that threatened her life if she spoke on anything that happened to Harmony. So I've been in narcissist relationships. I've known people that are stuck in them for years. And this is something major. So, yes, she might have gotten away with it. I know it's not fair, but she did come forward and tell the truth against somebody that she is so afraid of. He told her, and this is what we learned in court. He told her, he threatened her that if she ever told what happened, that he would himself unalive her, or if he was in prison, that he would have someone else do it. So, can you imagine, like, going forward with this information, telling the truth for Harmony? Thank God. But then, like, he knows a lot of people. I've spoken to people that know of him in their town, and I mean, I'm sure that she, like, watches her back everywhere she goes, because she really doesn't know, but she did it for Harmony. So I'm sorry, I do believe Kayla's story. I'm never going to believe Adam's story. And maybe that sounds unfair at this moment, but I know a lot about like the things in his past, the things that the uncle has testified to. I mean, we knew the stuff that the uncle had to say. I knew that like not long after Harmony was just missing. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting and intense when Kayla does take the stand. And from what I understand, if Adam is conceding to those 2 charges of guilt, he does have to take the stand because, like they were saying, who else is going to get up there and tell, you know, like, okay, I am guilty. Let's talk about it. Like they have to still present it to the jurors. So it's like, okay, so you're trying to pull this, but you still have to talk about it. You know what I mean? Like he's not going to just get away with not talking about it. Okay, hold on. Let me see what I did. Oh, there we go. It might be this one. Sorry, I'm editing this so y'all can see the banner at the bottom.
When does he take the stand?
Good question. I don't know. I've been trying to find like a list of the witnesses and all of that because sometimes they do release that. I don't know because we've just gotten kind of like the foundation of people so far. We haven't even gotten deep into the really bad stuff yet.
Okay, I was just wondering. I'm just sitting here listening to you. I'm like, damn, like when does he take the stand? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I was like, where'd you go? There you are. I forgot I had changed my layout. Okay. The system definitely failed Harmony, failed several cases that I've worked in, but there is an investigation that was done to DCYF of Massachusetts for Harmony's case specifically. So pretty sure some workers either lost their jobs or, you know, that whole department was looked into. Hey, Kim K, good morning. Is Adam not going to be present for the entire trial, or was that just for yesterday? Okay, yeah, so thank you for bringing me back to that. So he didn't show up day one. He was video, and then she did tell him that it was up to him on whether he wanted to be transported to the courtroom. I have never heard of that before in my life. Resto, have you ever heard of that? Like, where the defendant does not have to be present in the courtroom?
No, I've never heard of a defendant having the choice. You know,
Right.
that sounds more like a witness kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the main defendant, and the judge is like, it's up to you, but we're gonna need to know ahead of time so I can send transport. And I'm like, how does he even get a choice?
The fuck? Wait,
Yeah,
send transport. Where is he right now?
He's
and forgive me, I'm
oh no, you're good.
I'm kind of like into it, but where is he?
He is currently incarcerated in like a local, you know, jail that they kept him at.
Well, that could be a tactic. That could be a tactic at the same time. It's like, yeah, if you want to show up, you know, go ahead and show up. And then if he denies it, they could use that against him.
True. Yeah, because it's making him look horrible. And everybody's talking about it like on Twitter. I thought I was the only one. I was like, maybe it's a state of New Hampshire thing. But no, everybody's asking questions about like, why is he not having to be there?
Even Bex just said something in the chat about like he said he was looking forward to defending himself.
Oh yeah, he said so he had a trial last year for illegal purchasing of weapons and all that. He made a statement that he just wanted it to be known that he loved his daughter and he did not kill her. Like this trial that trial had nothing to do with her, and he brought that up.
Good morning. Please be seated.
Well, okay, I think we're getting started, y'all.
Oh shit. Okay. Give me a second. I'll mute out after this. Give me a second.
You're good. They're just waiting for the jurors to come in. Intuitive, I'm sure that there's going to be a lot more. They already told us that they have like his fingerprints, his handprints, in the vent, in the ceiling at the shelter, remember? So they do have hard evidence against him. Oh, he waived his right to be there. Yeah, I just never heard of that for a murder trial. This doesn't make sense. That's okay, Bex. No problem. I know everybody got things to do, and we'll be here for a while, so you're all good. Let me see if they say. Oh, let me grab my phone. They might be saying something on Twitter. Twitter's like my go-to news source. I usually check Twitter first thing in the morning.
Hey, yo, I don't check Twitter in public.
Yes, we know. So that makes it just more intriguing. I want to see your Twitter.
Oh, fuck. Oh, damn. I'm not even muted on this side. Okay, I was talking to my stream. Oh,
You're
fuck.
good. For people that are confused, this is Resto. There are people just coming in. I'll drop his link.
Yo,
it's pretty
big
awesome. Yeah. He does awesome lives, fun lives, making YouTube fun again. Let's see.
Let's make YouTube fun again. Grow, y'all. Look at my hat. Grow. Wait. Where the fuck is it? Okay, right there. Grow. I bought this from a dollar store because I thought it was funny.
Oh, wait, I'm gonna have to go to your thing.
Oh wait, you can't see me. Oh wait, no, you can't see me. Oh, my bad. My bad. I got you. I had my camera off on your side.
I can't wait until
Hey everybody over here. It's me.
It's Resto Chesto.
No, they can see me. I'm sure they can. Love you guys. I'm just over here listening to Daisy Bay and playing games. Oh, it's getting started. Oh nope, it's just a bald dude.
Yeah,
typing numbers into a phone.
They're on mute right now. Like they're not. There's no audio.
Bro, at that point, bro, cut that shit. Like I know this is a serious thing. I'm just trying to lighten the mood, but he needs to cut that shit off. Like cut that shit off, bro. What are you doing? What are you doing? Look, he looks so stressed. He didn't even start it yet, bro. Chill.
He does. He does look stressed.
He look like he on trial. Well, technically he be on trial every day. But damn.
I'm wondering why maybe they're running late. I don't know. I just hope he's there one day.
Well, yeah. Then again, this whole case has been weird. Remember, like we talked about the bus thing the last time. Like I've never seen them leave the courtroom.
Yeah.
With the whole jury to go take them on a fucking like.
Oh, but when I say they took happened. Them. And that's why there's so much controversy now about the Idaho case with the 4 college students.
The ones that were in the ones that was in the snow and then like they end up dying or some shit. Like they went to go watch a game.
No. This was in Idaho. College students were in their college housing right off campus, and they supposedly have the guy, but the thing that is frustrating is that they decided to go ahead and demolish the home. But people were saying, like, why would they do that? The jury needs to walk through this home to get an idea of what happened. Yeah, they destroyed it. Intuitive, do you live in the area? I can't remember if you said. I know there was someone in my chat that is close, like in the area. You saying you saw the buses that were taking them around to all the different locations?
Wait, you saw the buses twice before this? Oh wait, I think she's saying that she saw buses like before, like buses to go take people before, yes. Maybe.
Oh, I got you. You seen
I think
that
that's
happen before?
Yeah, I've never seen that. Okay. Maybe that might be like a thing that they do, but I've never seen that. That's what I was just saying. Like I thought that was weird. But I mean like, hey yo, do you boo boo? Fuck. Sorry.
It gives them
I can't play games while I'm fucking.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, mute.
Yeah. But at
You
the
get
same time,
mad.
like, yeah, I'm a mute. I'm about to mute.
No,
Yeah, because I'm
you're
about to
good.
die. Hold on. Yep.
I don't see how you play that game. It's too busy for me.
This game is awesome. It's a love-hate relationship.
Yeah, I'll stick to Mario. Testimony begins. Okay, I'm tripping. I gotta get my notes right. Now I sound like Resto. I'm give myself a pep talk. While they're just showing this guy here. Like, what the heck?
Yo, everybody in this fucking courtroom needs a goddamn barber.
There, we'll bring the jurors in. And
Okay, there they go.
Okay.
Needs a what?
All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, mute. Oh, you're good. Most unorganized courtroom I've ever seen, just saying. There's always something.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever the state is ready, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Kayla Montgomery. Kayla, if you can just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you make yourself some water there? Kayla, can you begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Sorry, I did not realize that Kayla was starting off today's. Wow, they're starting today off with Kayla, guys. This is Kayla, his ex-wife, that told everything that happened.
My name is Kayla Montgomery, Kayla Montgomery.
And how old are you, Kayla?
33.
Where do you currently live?
I am in the correctional facility for women's in Concord, New Hampshire,
How long have you been there?
for over a year.
Kayla, why are you currently incarcerated?
For perjury, for lying on to the jury about the whereabouts of where I was and where Harmony was.
And when you say lying to the jury, was that the grand jury?
Yes.
Did you also lie to the police?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
Because I was scared and I was told by Adam to stick with that story, that I got dropped off at work at Dunkin' Donuts, where I no longer worked at that time, and to say that he was bringing Harmony to meet her mother, Crystal, and that he dropped her off with her. And then when he came pick me up, from work, which I was not working there at the time. He didn't have her in the car, which that was a lie.
That story that you just told, that was what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
It's what you told the police?
Yes.
And was that in fact what happened?
No.
You said you've been sentenced for lying.
Yes.
You're living at the prison. Do you understand the consequences of providing false testimony?
Yes.
And since those lies, since your time in prison, have you sat down with investigators? Have you sat down with the Attorney General's office and provided additional statements?
Yes.
How many times?
About 4 times.
How many hours?
A couple hours at a time when they've came to see me, or I've gone out to the office to meet with them.
Did you reach a plea agreement with the state?
Yes.
And that was on the perjury charges?
Yes.
Other charges were dismissed, is that right?
Yes.
The story that you just told about the defendant dropping Harmony off with Crystal, who came up with that story?
Adam.
Why did you stick to it?
Because I was scared for myself and my children that are also Adam's, and for him, because I didn't want anybody to get in trouble and I was scared.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Kayla, you referred to Harmony Montgomery just now. How do you know her?
She's Adam's daughter, and we started a year after we got together. He was working on getting custody of her, and he had to work to get custody of her. He wasn't just given her, and it took 4 years to get custody of her. And during those 4 years, we both visited her each week for a couple hours.
Was she your stepdaughter?
Yes.
Showing this witness what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 98 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Who's depicted in this image?
Harmony and myself.
And can you point to Harmony? And is there a date associated with this image?
Yes, July 7th, 2019.
And do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of Harmony on that day?
Yes.
Who's the other person depicted in that picture with Harmony?
Myself.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you that day?
Yeah,
Do you know who took this photo?
I did.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 98
Any objection?
and publish.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit and it may be published to the jury.
Kayla, what were you and Harmony doing in this photograph?
We were taking pictures and laughing, playing. We always did silly pictures.
You mentioned getting custody of Harmony at some point. Do you remember when that was?
It was the month of February of 2019.
And where were you living when you got custody of Harmony?
77 Guilford Street in Manchester, New Hampshire.
When you got custody of Harmony, was she potty trained?
Yes.
Was she potty trained after you got her or before you got her?
Before.
Did she have accidents when you first got her?
No.
So you mentioned 77 Guilford Street. When did you move into that home?
It was in 2018. Probably around April or May. I think it was around that time.
Whose home was it?
Adam's grandmother's, Helen Montgomery.
Did she live there with you at any point?
Yes, when we were staying there in the beginning, she lived there.
And in the beginning, who else lived there with you?
Adam's uncle, Kevin Montgomery, Adam's brother, Michael Montgomery, and Adam's brother's girlfriend, Kayla. I don't remember her last name.
Another Kayla, though.
Yeah. And myself and Adam, and we had Seamus.
How old was Seamus when you moved into that house?
About to turn 1.
Would you recognize that Guilford Street house if you saw it today?
Yes.
Yes.
Kayla, I'm handing you what's been previously marked as States Exhibits 1 and 2. Can you look at those for me, please?
That's the house. And this was Harmony's room.
And do you recognize the items that are depicted in those exhibits?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what's contained in those exhibits?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and mark as full States Exhibit 1 and 2.
They're already full. I think they are.
Already
I think they're already full.
I move to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Kayla, States Exhibit 2, what can you tell us about this room?
Adam and I helped decorate this room right before Harmony came to live at Guilford Street. And she really likes Minnie Mouse.
When you say she really liked Minnie Mouse, who is she?
Harmony.
When you say you helped decorate the room, what did you do to decorate it?
Got the Minnie Mouse wall decor that stick to the wall, and got her a whole new bed set, blankets and sheets.
There's no bed in that photo, but was Harmony's bed in that room?
Yes.
Where would it have been located in relation to that image?
Right next to the window.
And Kayla, whose room was that prior to Harmony moving in?
It was Helen Montgomery's room.
Kayla, I'm showing you it's been marked as States Exhibit 10 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, it was Harmony's toothbrush.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of Harmony's toothbrush?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and mark as full States Exhibit 10.
Any objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
Kayla, you mentioned that Helen moved out and Harmony took over her room.
Yes, she moved out of the room, but she was still living at the house.
Did she eventually leave the house?
Yes.
When was that?
In May of 2019,
Do you know where she went?
Florida.
Kayla, I want to turn your attention to July of 2019, so several months after Helen moved out. Were you still living in the Guilford Street home in July of 2019?
Yes.
And who was living there with you at that point?
It was myself and Adam and his uncle Kevin. And it was Seamus and our son Declan and Harmony. And his brother Michael and his girlfriend Kayla were still living there for a couple weeks until they moved out and went to Florida with her.
You mentioned this earlier, but where were you working at that point in your life?
I was working at Dunkin' Donuts.
Were you eventually terminated from your work at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes,
Why?
because I was stealing money from the register.
Did you admit to stealing money?
Yes,
Did you actually write a letter acknowledging that you had stolen?
yes,
Did you take responsibility for what you'd done at Dunkin'?
yes.
You mentioned that in July of 2019, Kevin Montgomery was still living in the Guilford Street home.
Yes.
Did he eventually leave for Florida after Helen?
I don't remember where he went. I remember Helen had surgery. She had open triple bypass surgery. And I don't remember if Kevin went to Florida. And I think he went to Mass too. I don't remember where he went.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember him being gone from the house for several weeks?
Yes.
And let's talk about that period where Kevin's gone from the house. Okay. You were still working at that point?
Yes.
What were your hours like at work?
I worked 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. And I also covered shifts if they needed help.
The 3 children that you mentioned,
Yes.
where were they when you were at work?
With Adam.
And so in July of 2019, your youngest, Declan, how old would he have been?
He was about 6 months old.
And you said you were working from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you like that setup?
Yes.
When you get home from work at 2 p.m., what would you do? What would your day look like?
I would come back home and help take care of the kids and feed them regularly, get them ready for bed later. We'd watch movies or they'd be playing.
You mentioned Kevin Montgomery leaving for some period.
Yes.
Did he return to the home at some point?
Yes, he showed up with Helen.
So before that, though, in July of 2019, did he
Yeah.
return to the home at some point?
I don't remember.
Do you remember overhearing a conversation between Kevin and the defendant, Adam?
Yes.
What was the tone of that conversation?
They were arguing about a situation that happened with Harmony.
What was Kevin's tone in that argument? How did he sound?
He sounded angry.
What did Kevin say in that conversation? May we approach?
Yes.
Kayla, you mentioned Kevin sounded angry.
Yes.
Was this a quiet conversation?
No.
How would you describe it?
Yelling at each other back and forth. Argumentative. Yeah, it was just loud and angry.
Where were you during this conversation?
In the living room of the house in Guilford Street.
And where were the children?
Playing.
Did you understand what they were talking about?
Yes. I know that they were arguing about a black eye that Harmony had, that I was told that.
So the black eye that Harmony
Yeah.
had you seen that before that argument?
Yes.
And tell this jury where you saw that black eye.
On the
First
side.
time you saw it.
It was on the side of her face right here. It was really red. It didn't really turn black and blue until like the next day.
So the first day you saw it, when it was red, really red, how did you see that? Where were you?
I came home from work and I saw her face and it was red, and I was told that.
And let me stop you there. You came home from work.
Yeah.
So this would have been around 2 p.m.?
Yeah.
Did you have an understanding of where Harmony had been that day?
Yes.
And tell us where that was.
She was at home at Guilford Street.
Who was she at home with?
With Adam and Uncle Kevin and Seamus and Declan.
And when you got home, when you saw this injury, the redness to Harmony's eye, did you ask the defendant what happened to her?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That her and Seamus were playing and Seamus hit her in the face with the lightsaber by accident.
After you heard that confrontation between the defendant and Kevin, did you confront the defendant?
Yes, I asked him.
And at that point, did he tell you a new story about this injury to Harmony's eye?
No, it was the same. Well, yeah, he ended up telling me after.
What was the new story he told you?
That he ended up hitting her in the face because she covered our son's mouth because he was crying and he was in the bathroom. He went to the bathroom. Declan was crying and Harmony had her hand over his mouth, and he came out of the bathroom and saw that, and his lips were blue, purple blue, and he hit her.
Did he describe how he hit her?
He smacked her in the face.
Did he acknowledge causing that injury?
Yes.
Do you know a Demetrius Soros with DCYF?
Yes.
Did he come to the house after that interaction between Kevin and the defendant?
Yes.
Did you know at the time what the purpose of his visit was?
Yes.
What was it?
DCYF got called about the children not being taken care of, and that Adam was abusing his daughter.
When Mr. Soros arrived at your home, what did the defendant do with Harmony?
He left with her. He grabbed Harmony and left with her.
He grabbed her and left?
Yeah.
Did you have a conversation with Demetrius that day?
Yes.
In that conversation, did you cover for the defendant?
Yes.
Why?
Because I didn't want him to get in trouble.
Was there a period in 2019 when you no longer lived at the house on Guilford Street?
Yes.
And tell us how that came to be.
We ended up getting evicted from the house in November of 2019, the day before Thanksgiving, because the mortgage wasn't being paid.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Intuitive, yeah. What you were saying, there was yelling. She said the conversation between Kevin and Adam was like yelling and back and forth. So when Kevin presented it, he said it was like a question and whatnot, but it sounds like it got pretty heated. So I will say that, Kevin really was concerned. The frustrating thing is that he did report it. It's just they didn't really do follow-ups. And that's where they messed up. What you said, we call them breeders and donors, right? Yeah, he's then told so many lies. I mean, I have them all written down, but like to someone he had spoken to, he mentioned that Harmony was playing soccer and that's how she got the black eye. He mentioned the toys already. And then he told the uncle at first that he did it. He was like straight up about it at that point. To the uncle anyway. But to everyone else, he straight up lied. And Kayla was doing a lot of covering up for him, stealing from her job. Like they were just living a wild, crazy life. I know at one point in the affidavit, it mentions after everything happened with Harmony, they even stop in a parking lot to do their drug of choice in the car with Harmony's. At this point, I don't know if Harmony was just sitting in the back seat or if he had already put her in the trunk. But either way, it's just like it's so crazy and insane to me that you don't immediately try to seek medical intervention. You don't call 911. You don't try to do any kind of intervention. Nothing. No, not a good life at all. Intuitive, living out of their vehicle. For one, they also lived in the shelter. They were evicted from one of the homes. Like they were all moved around so much. But yeah, when they take these breaks like this, I wish I could listen in on what they're saying because I don't know. I'm just curious. She's doing really well though, and she looks really good.
They're on a break.
No, they're back now. They had muted for a second.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that the court take
Okay.
judicial notice that the
Yeah.
day before Thanksgiving in 2019 is November 27th.
The court takes judicial notice that the day before Thanksgiving in 2019 was November 27th, 2019.
Kayla, why were you evicted from the home?
Because the mortgage wasn't getting paid.
And after you were evicted, where did you begin living?
In our car,
What kind of vehicle was it?
a Chrysler Sebring.
When you began living in that car, who were you with?
It was myself and Adam, Harmony, and the two boys
Where were you sleeping during that period?
in the car
Where would you keep the car?
behind Colonial Village in Manchester.
Why Colonial Village?
Because that's where our friend lived,
What was your friend's name?
Anthony Bodero.
Did you tell Mr. Badero that you were living there in that parking lot?
He asked us not to, but yes.
And so can you just describe the sleeping arrangement in that vehicle for you and your family at the time?
So Adam would sleep in the driver's seat. I slept in the passenger seat, and Harmony was behind the passenger seat, and the baby Declan was in the middle, and Seamus was behind the driver's seat.
Kayla, I asked you earlier about whether Harmony was potty trained when you got custody of her. And I believe you said she was.
Yes.
Did that change at some point after the eviction?
Yes.
And tell the jury about that. What happened to Harmony?
She wouldn't let us know when she had to use the bathroom, and so she was peeing in the car, just in her seat that she was sitting in, and she wouldn't tell us that she had to use the bathroom.
Was she only peeing, or was she having other accidents at the time?
She was also pooping.
How frequently was this occurring for Harmony?
A lot, like at least every day.
And did those accidents, did they increase in frequency the longer you were in that car?
Yes.
How was the defendant responding when she had these accidents?
Getting angry.
Would he do anything physically to her when she had accidents?
Yeah, he would smack her.
And what does that mean that he would smack her?
He would smack her in the face, or on her leg, or in her hand.
Were these soft smacks,
No.
hard smacks, or something else?
They were like hurt, stung smacks.
What makes you say hurt, stung smacks?
Because she would cry during, like, whenever she got smacked by him, and I could hear it, and it sounds like it hurt.
I'm sorry, you could hear the crying or you could hear the smack?
Smack and the crying.
When you say she was crying, who's she?
Harmony.
Those strikes, were they manifesting in any way on Harmony?
Yes.
How were they manifesting on her?
The more accidents she had, the more he would get angry, and he would hit her repetitively.
Was the defendant causing visible injuries to Harmony?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And tell us about those injuries.
When he would hit her, she started getting black eyes and bruises on her face, on her legs. Yeah.
Did you ever see her bleed as a result of being struck by him?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you ever see the defendant attempt to cover Harmony?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how he did that?
He would cover her with the comforter that we had in the car
Why would he cover her?
so nobody could see her.
How often would he cover Harmony?
All the time. Anytime that we had interference with anybody, no matter who it was.
Was this only when you went out in public, or was it when you were still in that parking lot, or both?
Both.
Kayla, were you involved in an accident, a car accident on November 29th of 2019?
Yes.
And I want to turn your attention to that day. Who were you with that day?
Tabitha, Scott,
Who else was in the vehicle during that accident?
Adam, myself, Harmony, and the two boys.
Who was driving?
Adam.
That Sebring, did you regularly drive it? Did you drive it at all?
Yeah, I didn't drive it, but he did. He had the license. I did not.
You didn't have a license at the time.
No.
So you said that Adam was driving, the defendant was driving the vehicle. Where were you in position to the rest of the people in the vehicle?
I was sitting with Harmony in the back seat behind the passenger side.
And where was Harmony?
Next to me and Declan. She was in between.
And where was Seamus?
In his car seat on the other side of Declan.
Would that have been behind the driver's seat?
Yes.
You mentioned a Tabitha Scott.
Yes.
Who was she to you?
She's been one of my friends for a long time.
And she was in the car with you that day?
Yes.
Where was she seated?
In the passenger seat.
And what was Tabitha Scott doing with you that day?
We were going to get drugs.
And can you just walk us through the accident, how it occurred?
There was a stop sign, and it was an intersection. There was a stop sign. It was a four-way intersection, and there was a truck that went through their stop sign, and we already had stopped, so we were going and ended up hitting that car, the truck.
Did law enforcement respond to that accident?
Yes.
Did you see an officer?
Yes.
Were the officers able to see Harmony?
No.
Tell the jurors why not.
Adam didn't want the officers to see her because she had black eyes. So she was covered with a blanket.
Were there other people, specific individuals that he would cover Harmony up and keep her hidden from?
Yes.
And tell us who those individuals were.
It was Anthony Madero, and when Tab
That he would cover Harmony up and keep her hidden from.
yes,
And tell us who those individuals were.
it was Anthony Madero, and when Tabby was in the car, she didn't look at her, she didn't see her, but she knew she was in the car.
Kayla, so this accident occurred on November 29th.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to December 7th of 2019.
Yeah.
Does that day stand out to you?
Yes.
Why?
It's the date that Harmony passed away.
The day that Harmony passed away?
Yeah.
Were you still living in the car at that point?
Yes.
Were you still sleeping in the Colonial Village parking lot?
Yes.
You mentioned Harmony having accidents and then becoming more frequent at that point. On December 7th, was she still having those accidents?
Yes.
And had they increased in frequency?
Yes.
Did Harmony have an accident first thing in the morning?
Yes.
And that would have been before you started your day?
Yes.
What happened when she had that accident?
Adam repetitively kept punching her in the head.
Okay. So I want to break that up. That morning, where did you wake up?
At Colonial Village.
And what happened first thing in the morning that morning?
We went to the methadone clinic.
And before you left for the methadone clinic, did Harmony have an accident?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do before you went to the methadone clinic? What did the defendant do to Harmony after that accident?
He was yelling and screaming at her and punching her in the head.
How did she react to that?
She was crying.
You mentioned the methadone clinic. Was that Habit Opco?
Yes.
And what did you do at the methadone clinic that morning?
Got my dose of methadone, and Adam got his also.
And do you remember who went in first?
No, I don't remember who went first.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
You're good. I was just giving you a hard time.
Kayla, I'm handing you what's been marked for
Okay, it's
identification as State's Exhibit 89.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask that you review the second page. And this page, paying careful attention to the times.
Okay.
The item I just handed you, what is that?
Our dose history from our the clinic.
And that's Habit Opco.
Yes.
And having looked at those records, do you recall who went into the clinic first that morning?
Yes, I did.
What time was that at?
7:04 in the morning.
And what time did the defendant go in?
It was 7:09 in the morning.
Your Honor, at this time, I moved to strike ID of State's Exhibit 89 and mark as full.
Any objection? Okay. The ID is stricken and entered as a full exhibit.
Kayla, can you tell the jurors what happened when Adam returned to the vehicle after his methadone treatment?
When Adam came back to the vehicle, he could smell urine and he started yelling at Harmony and kept hitting her in the head repetitively.
Where were you when he smelt that accident? Where was the vehicle when he smelt that accident?
In front of the methadone clinic.
Did you discuss going somewhere with him at any point that morning? Going to get food?
Yes. I asked to go to Burger King.
You asked to go to Burger King.
Yes.
And so at some point, did he begin driving the vehicle?
Yes.
Was that before or after he repeatedly struck Harmony?
After.
What was Harmony doing at that point when he started driving the vehicle?
She was crying a lot.
She was crying a lot?
Yeah. And she was making a weird noise.
Was she saying anything?
No.
And Kayla, I want you to walk the jurors through in as much detail as you can what happened on your route from Habit Opco to that Burger King.
Adam was getting really angry from Harmony. peeing in the car, and he repetitively kept punching her on the way to Burger King, and there were a couple red lights, and when we were at red lights, he would like go over the driver's seat, like in between the passenger seat, and he was just punching her repetitively in the head.
And you've said there were several times where he punched her repetitively in the head.
Yes.
How many times did he hit her?
I can't count. I don't know.
Were you counting?
No, I wasn't.
How many lights did that car come to where he repetitively struck her?
At least 2 or 3.
Between Habit Opco and the Burger King, did the defendant say anything to Harmony?
Told her to shut the fuck up. Stop crying.
He said she was making a weird noise.
Yes.
Can you describe it?
It was like I can't even describe it. It was like a moaning kind of noise, but crying. It was just weird. I can't explain it.
Did he try to help Harmony while he was striking her?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you did to help, to try to help.
I put my arm up and said to stop, but he looks at me and he gave me this look that was like evil. It's his crazy eyes. I didn't like it, and I couldn't stop him from hitting her, because the look that he gave me was scary. I was scared.
What were you feeling when he looked at you like that?
Like he was either gonna hit me or just, I don't know. It was weird. And that was like one of the first times that I've seen him look at me like that.
Was it the last time you saw him look at you like that?
No.
And we'll talk about that more. But I want to focus on this drive. You said that Harmony's crying. She's making this weird noise.
Yeah.
Where was she in the vehicle?
She was behind the passenger seat.
And who was in front of her in that car?
I was.
You described the defendant almost coming over the seat.
Yes.
Was he still driving at that point?
Some, like, kind of. Like between the red lights, and it definitely at the red lights. I remember that.
How was he striking her?
By punching her in the head.
Where were your other 2 children at that time?
In the back seat.
And what were they doing?
They had no idea what was going on.
How old were they?
Seamus was about 2.5, and Declan was 11 months old.
Did you look back at Harmony at any point?
No.
Why not?
Because I was scared.
What were you scared of?
If Adam was going to say something, or if he hurt her really bad, it was going to look really bad.
You were scared of what Harmony would look like? That attempt to intervene, were you successful in that?
No.
Did he stop after that?
Shortly after that.
Shortly after that. Did he say anything to you when he stopped?
He said he thinks that he really hurt her. But he felt something.
When he said that he thinks he really hurt her, where was the vehicle at that point?
At Burger King?
At the Burger King?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do after he stopped hitting Harmony, after he said, I think I really hurt her?
Nothing.
Did you order food from Burger King?
Yes.
Where was Adam when you were ordering food from Burger King?
In the driver's seat.
Did you go inside to the Burger King or something else?
No. I don't remember going in there.
Did you go through the drive-thru?
Yes.
And so who ordered the food?
Adam did.
And what did you do with the food that he had ordered?
Ate it, gave some to the kids.
Where were you when you ate the food?
In the parking lot
Which parking lot?
of Burger King.
Now, the kids were behind you at that point.
Yes.
Is that what you testified to?
Yes.
And who gave them food?
I did.
Did you see Harmony when you were giving them food?
No.
Why not?
Because she was under the blanket.
Who put her under the blanket?
Adam.
So he had covered her up. That's so sick.
That's the same blanket that you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
The same blanket he would cover her with?
Yes.
Where did you go from the Burger King parking lot, Kayla?
Went back to Colonial Village
And how did you get there?
with the vehicle. Adam driving.
Was Harmony still under the blanket when you arrived at Colonial Village?
Yes.
And that moaning that you mentioned, that weird noise that she was making, was she still making it?
No.
How long did that noise that she was making last?
I don't remember. It wasn't. I don't remember. I don't remember if it was too long. I don't remember if it was after we were at Colonial Village for a little bit or if it was before.
That moaning, did it eventually stop?
Yes.
Did you check on Harmony at any point after the moaning stopped?
No.
Did Adam?
No.
Why didn't you check on her?
Because I was scared.
When you arrived at the Colonial Village parking lot, when you arrived back there, what did you and the defendant do?
We got drugs and got high.
When you say we got drugs and got high, what drugs did you get, Kayla?
Heroin and crack.
And how long did you use those drugs for in that parking lot?
We were there for probably 10 or 15 minutes.
Where did you go from the Colonial Village parking lot?
I don't remember where we were going, but I know we left.
You left at some point.
Yes.
And what happened when you left the parking lot?
We made it to the next street over, going towards Elm Street, and the car died when we got to the traffic light, and it wouldn't start or anything, and so we were stuck without a vehicle.
What was the defendant doing when the car died?
He was trying to get a jump, and there was no jumping the vehicle, and so we ended up having to leave it. And when we were getting out of the car and getting the kids out of the car, Harmony had passed away.
Let's talk about that. When you say Harmony had passed away, When did you realize that Harmony had passed away?
When Adam was trying to wake her up and she didn't reply or anything.
Was he saying things to her to try to wake her up?
Yeah, he said Harmony, and he kept saying baby girl, like, and trying to budge her, and there was nothing.
Was he touching her?
Yes.
What was he doing to her body at that point?
Trying to figure out what to do and getting all the kids out of the car. He took the duffel bag that was in the trunk and and put her in the duffel bag.
You mentioned this duffel bag from the trunk.
Yeah.
Had you seen that duffel bag before, Kayla? What was it used
Yes.
for?
When we got kicked out of the house, we put clothes in there for everybody. And it was in the trunk of the car.
Did you see him put Harmony in that duffel bag?
Yes.
How did he put her in there, Kayla?
He like folded her in half and put her in the double bag.
Oh my god, this is so freaking heartbreaking.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
I told you it gets really bad. This is just the beginning. Like in the opening statements, he said this was just the beginning. Just the rest of what he has done that was in the affidavit and stuff we don't know is horrible.
Dude, that shit's wild, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm not gonna lie, like I'm over here like playing this game, like we chilling, and then like I'm listening to the shit the whole time, and it's just like who put it in chat? Who said that? Damn, wait, I'm sorry, who said that? Haiku was like, yo, this is disturbing to listen to. I was like, yeah, this has disturbing. And then like she starts saying this shit, like, bro, what? In the duffel bag, bro? Like, bro, come on.
Yeah, and it gets so much worse. There's an even smaller bag that's involved. It's insane.
Bro, it doesn't matter, bro. That's your daughter. What are you
Right.
talking about? Like, bro, I've called my daughter at least 8 times today, bro. Like, imagine not loving your daughter, bro.
Right.
That's crazy to me, bro. Imagine even just like, bro. Never mind. Fuck that, bro. Never mind. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut off.
No, you're good. It's a good little break, and we are all so frustrated, and it's so.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, like, I don't know if he actually did it, but at the same time, somebody that can do that is just like not a person to me at all.
Yeah, and the stories I've heard of him, like he just doesn't care. Like there's a lot to it.
Yeah, because I mean, you said that you've talked to people that like know of him, so I trust you. I trust you.
I mean, I've heard stories of him walking into homes where he thinks he's owed some kind of drug of choice and grabs what he wants and walks out their house, right? And then when they want to come after him for their money or whatever, he just straight up like stabs them or whatever he does. Like he just doesn't care. He just doesn't care.
Damn, bro.
Yeah. And he has
it's almost like if you're capable of violence.
Yes.
It's almost unattractive.
And he has 2 other murders under his belt. He has another trial after this one. Like.
Oh, for real? Okay,
yeah.
cool. You know what? I got somewhere for them to go.
Right.
Give them my Addy, and then I'll send them somewhere real clean.
Oh, jeez. I wish he needs to.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go
Yeah.
ahead and press play.
Yeah. Start to play.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
No, you're good. I needed a break. That was heavy.
Yeah, that shit was heavy for me, and like, god damn, if it's heavy for me, fuck. But yeah, I get you.
Okay.
Facts.
We're going just a little bit.
Did he call 911 at any point?
No.
Did you?
No.
And when you saw him put her in that duffel bag, did you attempt to get away, to run?
No.
Why not?
Because they had the 2 other kids and I was scared.
Scared of?
That something would happen to me or Adam and the kids.
You said you saw him put her in that duffel bag, fold her up and put her in there.
Yes.
What did her face look like when you saw her go into that bag?
It was all black and blue, and her face was puffy. Her eyes were puffy.
Did he say anything to you after he put her in that duffel bag?
I don't remember.
What did you do after he put her in the duffel bag?
We took the kids and we walked back to Colonial Village.
What did you do once you arrived at Colonial Village?
Put the bag in the snowbank so Anthony wouldn't see it.
I'm sorry, so that who wouldn't see it, Kayla?
Anthony.
Sorry, I have to rewind there. I didn't hear what she said. What he did after that.
So Anthony wouldn't see it.
I'm sorry, so that who wouldn't see it, Kayla?
Anthony.
That's Anthony Badero.
Yes.
Where was this snowbank that you put? And sorry, let me clarify. Who put her in a snowbank?
Adam.
Where was that snowbank that he put her in?
In the embankment from the parking lot.
What was around that snow embankment?
A dumpster. And cars and snow.
And you said he put it in there so that Anthony Badero wouldn't see.
Yeah.
What did the defendant do after he put that duffel bag in the snowbank?
Left her there. And we got a ride from Badero to get the stuff out of our car.
And where was your car at that point?
It was at that street. We ended up leaving it, and when we came to the car, it was already getting towed.
So Mr. Badero gave you a ride back to your vehicle?
Yes.
Were you able to get belongings out of the vehicle?
Yes.
And who did that? Who got those items out?
Adam and myself.
That vehicle was your home at the time.
Yes.
What did you do after that in terms of a shelter?
Badero let us sleep in his car for the weekend until I figured something out.
Just for the weekend?
Yeah.
Is that what you had asked him for? Or is that what he said, just for the weekend?
That's what he said.
And what kind of vehicle did Mr. Badero have?
An Audi.
Do you remember what color it was?
Blue.
Was it a car, a sedan, or an SUV?
A car.
And I want to talk about the time that you were living in that car that weekend. Where was Harmony's body at that point when you were living in Mr. Badero's vehicle?
In the trunk of the car.
And did the defendant ever move it from the trunk of the car to another location?
Yes.
Where would he put it?
Near the dumpster.
Why?
So Anthony wouldn't see it.
Was it cold outside at the time?
Yes.
You mentioned snow. Was there snow on the ground?
Yes.
Did something happen to the vehicle that first night you were staying in Mr. Badero's car?
Yes, the battery died.
What did the defendant do when the battery died?
Used somebody's phone and called Miss Frayne.
Is that Kimberly Frayne?
Yes.
Are you aware of him communicating with any other people regarding the dead car?
Not that I remember.
At that time, did the defendant have a Facebook account?
Yes.
Do you know if he had a Facebook account?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
But you recall a call to Miss Frayne.
Yes.
And what happened after that call?
She showed up with a battery pack jumper to jump the car.
Was she successful in jumping the car?
Yes.
And what were you doing while that was going on?
I was in the car with the kids.
Where was Miss Frayne?
Outside of the car with Adam.
I was going to ask, where was the defendant? Where was Harmony at that point when the car was being jumped?
In the trunk of the car.
What did you and the defendant do for food during your time in Mr. Badero's car?
Badero bought us pizza and brought it down to the car.
You mentioned being there for 2 nights.
Yes.
And the first night the battery died.
Yes.
When was the pizza given to you?
I think it was the next night. Because he did give us food for a couple of dinners. He gave us food. We had the pizza and stuff like that.
Could you repeat that, please?
A couple of nights we got pizza.
And did you leave Mr. Badero's vehicle after that weekend?
Yes.
After those 2 nights you left?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors where you went?
I went to my aunt's house.
And what's your aunt's name?
Kimberly Simmons.
Where did Miss Simmons live at the time?
In Manchester.
Was she on South Main Street?
Yes.
And how did you get to your aunt's home?
Bodero dropped us off.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Three exhibits. And I'm just going to ask that you look at the first one. And look so that first one, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25 for identification, do you recognize what's depicted on that item?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what it is?
It's the apartment that my aunt lived in.
That again is on South Main Street.
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your aunt's apartment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 25.
Objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Now, Kayla, when Mr. Badero dropped you, the defendant, and your two children off, where was Harmony's body?
In the duffel bag.
And who had that duffel bag?
Adam.
And what did he do with that duffel bag when you got to your aunt's house?
He placed it under the porch.
And you pointed at the exhibit just now. If you could just hold it up and show the jurors where you're pointing.
Right here.
Can you show me where you pointed? So if you can take a look at it, exhibit 20, 26, and 27, what's been marked as ID for 26 and 27. What's depicted on those two IDs?
The porch. Up close.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your aunt's porch?
Yes.
Is there a difference in the two photos?
Yes. 27 has measuring tape, looks like.
And Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 26 and 27.
The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
And I move to publish in full period.
You may.
You mentioned the defendant putting Harmony's body in a duffel bag under the porch.
Yes.
Your aunt's home?
Yes.
This is the porch that he put her under?
Yes.
Did he go into the home that day, into your aunt's home?
Yes.
How long were you there for, Kayla?
A few hours. We were trying to figure out where to go.
What was the purpose of your trip to your aunt's home?
To talk so that she could talk to my mother so that she'll let us stay at her place.
What's your mother's name?
Christina Lubin.
So if I understand, you wanted your aunt to talk to your mother?
Yeah.
Did you end up seeing your mother that day?
Yes.
How did you come to see her that day?
She came to pick us all up, myself, Adam, and the kids, the two boys,
Where was Harmony at that point?
in a duffel bag.
And how did your mother pick you up? How did she arrive at your aunt's home?
She came in her van.
And what happened to that bag that Harmony was in when your mother came to pick you up?
We put it in the van.
And when you say we put it in the van, who put it in the van?
Adam.
How long did Harmony's body stay in the van?
Probably about 5 to 10 minutes.
Was it in there while you were traveling somewhere?
Yes.
Where were you going?
To my mother's place.
Did the defendant keep Harmony's body in the van?
For the drive, yes.
What did he do with Harmony's body when you arrived at your mother's home?
He took it out of the van and put her on the side near the trash at first until he figured out where to put her.
And what did he figure out in terms of where to put her?
There was a cooler in the hall walkway that the residents used to get in and out of the building, and it was on my mom's floor level in the hallway. And he put the he put the duffel bag in the cooler.
And what was in the duffel bag at that point?
Harmony.
So he removed her from the trash. They put her in this cooler.
Yes.
Her body was still in the duffel bag at that point.
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes, you may.
Amanda, can you-
Yes, you may.
Yes.
What is it?
That is the cooler that was on the porch in my mom's hallway.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the cooler?
Yes.
That's what it looks like.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 28.
Okay. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
I move to publish.
Yes, you may.
Kayla, how did Harmony's body fit into this cooler?
Adam pushed it in the cooler so it would fit.
Is that something you saw him do?
Yes.
Were there any noises when he did that?
Not that I remember.
How long was she stored in that cooler for?
For a couple weeks.
And how long did you stay with your mother for? How long were you with Christina Lubin?
For a couple weeks.
Did her body stay in that cooler for the entire time you were with your mother?
Yes.
Why?
I honestly don't know.
How often did you see that cooler when you were living with your mother?
Every day, multiple times a day.
Where was the cooler kept?
In the hallway.
Was that your mother's hallway, or was it?
It was access to everybody who lived in the building, but it was on the level of my mom's apartment.
And tell us about that hallway. What else was kept there?
I don't remember.
Were there other items in that hallway?
I don't remember.
Where did you go after living with your mother?
To the FIT shelter, Families in Transition.
And when you moved to the Families in Transition shelter, is that FIT, the FIT shelter?
Yes.
When you moved to the FIT shelter, where was Harmony's body?
Adam put her in the ceiling, in the vent of the room that we stayed in.
What room did he stay in while you lived with the Families in Transition shelter, Kayla?
It was the first room. It was room 1.
And how did he access the ceiling to store her in there?
He used the bunk bed and climbed up in the ceiling.
Was there something that allowed him to access the ceiling that was above that bunk bed?
There was a vent.
And who slept under that bed?
The kids.
Where did the defendant sleep?
We all slept on the floor on the mattresses.
So, Kayla, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification of States Exhibit 30 through 34. Can you please look at each of these items in turn and describe what's depicted?
This is the outside of the family shelter.
And that's States Exhibit 30.
And this is the door to room 1, and next to it is the second room.
And that's Exhibit 30.
This is the room.
I'm just going to ask you to move it a little away from the microphone. Thank you.
And when you say this is the room, whose room was that?
It was the room that we stayed in.
And that's set up? The way the room is set up, is that similar to how it was when you lived there?
Yes.
And that's States Exhibit 32. Let's go to States Exhibit 33. What is depicted there?
The vent above the bed.
And what happened with that vent?
Adam moved it so he could go in the ceiling.
Now, did you ever touch that vent, Kayla?
No.
And States Exhibit 34?
It's the vent.
Are those fair and accurate representations? Is that consistent with your memory of what those items look like?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full States Exhibit 30 through 34.
Any objection? All right, the idea is stricken. Those are entered as full exhibits and may be published to the jury.
And so, Kayla, I'm holding up what's been marked, or what's been admitted as States Exhibit 30. What is this item? What is depicted here?
The outside of the family shelter.
How long did you live at this shelter for?
A month and a half almost.
And States Exhibit 30? What's depicted in this image?
The room that was the one we stayed in was on the left side, room 1, and the other room is the second one next to it.
You stayed in room 1?
Yes.
And you mentioned room 2 being decided.
Yes.
And States Exhibit 32 and 33. You mentioned that this was consistent with what the room looks like when you lived there?
Yes.
And those are the bunk beds that you mentioned?
Yes.
And you said you could see the vent that was used in these images?
Yes.
And Can you remind the jury what's in State's Exhibit 34?
That's the vent that he climbed up to and put Harmony in the ceiling.
When you say he climbed up to the Harmony in the ceiling, who's he?
Adam.
At the time you were living at the Families in Transition shelter, was there anything going on with Harmony's body? Was she having any changes? Or was her body having any changes?
Yes.
And I want you to tell the jurors what those changes were.
You could smell a horrible smell that was coming through the vents.
Do you remember that horrible smell?
Yes.
Did maintenance come at some point while you were living there because of that smell?
Yes.
And what happened when those maintenance workers came?
Adam took her back down from the ceiling and brought the bag in the bathroom.
And what happened when Adam brought Harmony down from the ceiling?
That she was starting to smell and there was fluid leaking.
So you smelled her. And did you see the fluid?
No, I didn't see it.
How do you know about the fluid that was leaking?
Adam said that.
What did he say?
He said that there was blood up in the ceiling and fluid.
And so what did he do with that duffel bag containing Harmony after you removed her from the ceiling because of maintenance?
He put her in a trash bag.
I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 52 for identification.
Yes.
Kayla, do you recognize the item that's depicted in this image?
Yes.
What is that?
The CMC diaper bag.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the CMC diaper bag?
Yes.
And how about State's Exhibit 53?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation
Yes.
of the item that's depicted?
Yes.
And what is that item?
It's the bag that Adam put Harmony in.
So you mentioned garbage bags that he put her in.
Yes.
What did he put those garbage bags into, if anything?
He put the garbage bags inside that bag.
So, Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID, strike what's been marked as ID and mark as full States Exhibit 52 and 53.
An objection?
Okay, wait. I'm trying to figure out the order. So he removed her from the vent, and then he put her in a trash bag. Did he put her in the trash bag and then put the trash bag in the smaller bag, or was it the opposite? I didn't hear, and I don't want to keep her winding. I just don't want to miss anything. We're not that far behind. Let me roll it back just a little bit.
P2 and
Is that a fair and accurate representation
Yes.
of the item that's depicted?
Yes.
And what is that item?
It's the bag that Adam put Harmony in.
So you mentioned garbage bags that he put her in.
Yes.
What did he put those garbage bags into, if anything?
He put the garbage bags inside that bag.
So, Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID, strike what's been marked as ID and mark as full States Exhibit
So she was
52.
placed inside of a garbage bag
objection?
and then placed inside of the smaller
P2 and
bag.
P3, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits and they may be published to the jury.
That's what it sounds like.
Kayla, how did Harmony's body fit into this bag?
Right?
Adam squished her in it.
Sorry, can you say that a little bit louder?
Adam squished her into the bag.
Sick dude.
Yeah, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 85. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this similar to that CMC bag?
Yes.
Is it in fact identical to that CMC bag?
Yes.
At this point, I move to strike the ID of States Exhibit 85 and mark as full and publish it.
Any objection?
So it's 2 CMC
Yeah, it is
bags.
stricken. It's entered as full exhibit.
So the defendant put Harmony into garbage bags, and he squished her into a bag like this one.
Yes.
And this again was at the families in transition shelter.
Yes.
Where did he do that to her?
In the bathroom of the room that we stayed in.
Were you in the bathroom with him when he did that?
No.
Did you hear anything when he was doing that to her in the bathroom?
I heard a loud bang.
Could you see what was going on in there?
No.
What was that?
You mentioned the defendant stuffing Harmony into the duffel bag
Yes.
at that intersection in the car out.
Yes.
And then you mentioned he was pushing her into this bag.
Yes.
Did she fill that bag, that CMC bag that you just saw?
Yes.
Her body filled that bag?
Yes.
And what did he do with the bag after he put her in there?
So horrible.
He put her back in the ceiling.
You mentioned being at the Families in Transition shelter for a month and a half.
Yes.
During that time, did the defendant begin discussing disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her body?
No.
At some point, did he begin discussing disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her body?
Yes.
And what was his plan? What was his idea for getting rid of her?
To use lime. And dismember her.
Oh, God.
What did he believe that lime would do if he used it on her body?
Speculation unless it's
Did the defendant?
The objection is sustained. So you can rephrase the question, please.
Did the defendant tell you what he believed lime would do if he used it on Harmony's body?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That it will help decay her body.
That it would help decay her body?
Yes.
Did he tell you what he believed dismembering her would do?
No. I
No.
can't.
But he told you that that was his plan?
Yes.
Counsel, can you approach for just a minute?
It's a perfect moment for a break because you remember in the affidavit, they talked about him manipulating her body to fit inside of this bag, but they never mentioned, at least that I remember,
As I just said to you, we will take a mid-morning.
anything about a saw or anything about dismembering. So I'm still at the point where I don't even know if he actually did that. I just know it was brought up in opening statements and again here. I'm really horrified to find out. Ugh.
Break. I think this is a good time to do that. I'm going to ask the witness for the moment. Please remain on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I remind you, don't discuss the evidence that you've heard, this case with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up anything on your phones. Make sure you're avoiding any headlines. And we will take a 15-minute break, so we'll come back and start testimony again in about 5 of. Okay? All rise for the jurors, please.
Am I sitting or am I standing?
Okay, so now that we're caught up, we are just going to chit chat and discuss so far what Kayla has presented. So far, just in my notes, I have front and back 1, 2, 3, 4.5 pages of just notes from Kayla. A lot of it is repeat of what we learned from the affidavit, but we're getting a more detailed look from Kayla's point of view. You know, like, it just keeps standing out to me that she was in the passenger seat. She was trying to put her hand up to try to stop him, and the look that he gave her scared her. to where she didn't do anything. Now, like for me, I can't, okay, it's, and I don't want anyone to get this wrong or like twisted, because I am not siding with Kayla here at all, because I've said since the beginning that Kayla is just as guilty because of her knowledge and because of not speaking up sooner. She knew everything that happened along the way. But at the same time, it's like that was kind of a silver lining that we had someone speak up and tell the truth. I just believe that she should have got more time, but I'm not in control of that. Now, as far as being afraid for her life, afraid of being abused, afraid for her other children being harmed, in that moment, I can see not trying to grab my kids and get out of the car, especially when all of that is going on and he's in this rage. But I don't see me remaining with him every step of the way and being okay with him bringing her body to each location that they went to. That is where I draw the line. The minute I would have had any kind of free space or free time away from after they got, like, they lost the car and they had to figure out where to go, I would have had to speak up and tell someone. There's no way I would remain with a man, live with him, carrying around a body of my stepdaughter. Like, there's just no way. No way. Yeah, so she did make it a lot more clear. So she does admit at the beginning she did lie. Adam gave her the lie to tell. Like she even pointed out, he wanted me to say that I was at work, even though I no longer work there. So, like, he wasn't clearly thinking straight. He obviously thought he wasn't making any mistakes and that he was going to get away with this. But he made mistakes, plenty of them along the way. Because in opening statements, we learned of cameras that picked up the U-Haul. He thought that whole trip was a mysterious trip that nobody was going to find out anything about. But I'm pretty sure we have evidence of that drive he took. So I just feel like a lot more is going to come out. Sorry. I know this is really hard for Kayla because this is like her second time having to do this, and don't get me wrong, she's speaking up for Harmony as she should. I hope that she's not leaving anything crucial out. I hope that she's just being 100% transparent, because she knows better than to lie on the stand, like she's already serving time for that. So I can only assume at this point that she is being honest. You can see the emotion. She's been through hell and back. She's probably terrified of what could happen because of this, but she's still doing it. So for that, I'm thankful for the information that we're getting, because, if it wouldn't be for her, we wouldn't be having that information. However, get your shit together, New Hampshire, because this girl should not be walking free in however many months, however much time she has left. She definitely should be facing some kind of charges. She was complicit. She helped him. Not physically helped him, but she didn't say anything. She didn't speak up. So let's see. I'm trying to go over everything. Yeah, so they slept in their friend's car. And this is what I mean. If anybody's watching that doesn't really know much about this case and you're just coming into it and whatnot, there's just so much more to it than, the actual act of what happened inside that vehicle is horrible in and of itself. But, like, he went on to carry her around for months. Like, that is sick. That takes a sick and twisted individual. Kim K, I'm just seeing this comment by concede to, yeah, so he did concede to the abuse of a corpse. The state has to prove the charge, but Adam doesn't have to testify about that. See, they were saying on one of the news, it was a lawyer they were speaking to. She said that being that he is conceding, that he does have to kind of testify to tell his story, like to admit to it, like on the stand or something like that. So I'm wondering if they're going to make him take the stand at any point. I mean, I would think he would have to, but again, I don't know a lot about like court stuff. You know, I'm learning as I go. I don't watch a lot of court cases, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, the abuse of a corpse, but he won't admit to the murder. Like, it's just so frustrating. Does this affect the deal? What do you mean intuitive? Her deal that she got? No. So her deal was basically that she agreed to fully cooperate with anything to do with Adam Montgomery, Harmony and Montgomery, that any trials, anything that comes up from the moment she made the deal, you know, till now, obviously we're at trial. That was part of the deal. Like, she had to fully cooperate, and she can't commit perjury again because that'll be like her second offense. She's serving time for perjury right now. So as far as I know, she is doing what she's supposed to by being on the stand and telling the truth for Harmony. So I don't know how much time she has left. I always wondered if, you know, something could happen afterwards. I don't know what the defense has planned. Like, it's going to be tough to see them cross-examine her. Yeah, that's going to be a whole nother deal. Yeah, intuitive. It's definitely beyond psychotic. Definitely. Oh, man. Okay, the lime. Okay, so that, I think I remember seeing the lime in the affidavit, but I don't remember. They didn't mention anything about the dismembering or the saw. So all of that is just like really eye-opening and okay, what was I gonna look at? The Montgomery affidavit. I'm gonna try to find it again. I had found it a while back. Because everything that comes up now is pretty much all the latest things, so it's even harder to find the affidavit. I have the tab. My other page. Let me see if it's on here. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. So what am I looking for? Let me share this screen just so y'all can look with me, because I'm looking at the affidavit. What was I wanting to look up? Hold on, y'all. Just bear with me. I can't see chat right now, so I apologize. Okay, so this is the beginning of everything. Kayla Montgomery's grand jury testimony. Oh, that's what I was trying to find, like her deal that she made, which I don't think is in here. So this is when she lied about like the story that he gave her. Basically, that's what she told them, even though she didn't even work at Dunkin' Donuts anymore. And there's a lot of interviews and such on here. That's why I think this is going to be a long trial, because I think they're going to have a lot of witnesses. Not all of them will be super long, but I definitely believe they're going to have a lot of witnesses. Okay, I'm going to keep it there. I can't find what I want in the affidavit right now. I'm too all over the place. But is there even a diagnosis for this? Crazy? Like you said before, dehumanize. He obviously, I was talking to my husband about this case either last night or the night before, and telling him some of the details, because he knows, like what I do on my channel and all that, but he doesn't get into the true crime details unless like we're sitting down and like having a conversation. And of course, this is one that is close to me, and he recognizes the name, so we were talking about it. And when I was telling him some of this, he was just like, I don't even know what word to use. And I was like, evil. And he was like, I don't know. I think it's even worse than that. Like, it's insane. And just like Resto was saying earlier, like, this is your child. This is your biological child. Kayla, that's something else I wanted to look into. But Kayla, according to Kayla's testimony today, she was saying that he had been fighting for 4 years to try to get custody of Harmony. So I would literally have to go back and watch some of the adoptive moms' interviews and find out a lot more of the background between how that whole process went. How did he end up getting custody of her again? I just know that at some point she was handed back. Let me find, if I can try to do this in time. When the Michelle was who Harmony called Mama. That was her foster family. I want to see if I can go back to her testimony real quick and hear what she says. Okay, so foster mom. Here we go. Okay. I'm going to play this one while we wait.
F-T-E-R-Y.
Again, I'm sorry, this is a repeat. I like to refresh my brain. And this is Michelle's testimony, which was her adoptive mother. So maybe she says a little bit more detail.
And can we live?
Haverhill, about 25 years.
Who do you?
Oh, their ages?
Yes.
Ben's 25. Jaden is with me. I was a FRL, a family resource liaison. Them and run support groups and training.
Yourself.
Yes. We had the privilege of being Harmony's foster parents.
And you mentioned the name Harmony just now.
Yep.
Who is she to you?
Hey, Zero Fox.
What did she call you?
Mama.
Your husband Tim, what did she call him?
She called him Dada and Papa.
You said that you'd been a foster parent for 13 years. What point in that timeline, those 13 years, did you take Harmony in?
Probably halfway through. Probably halfway through the years. Yep. So she came to us at 2014.
And tell us about that.
Yep. So you always start off, you get a phone call from DCF and they tell you a little bit about the child. And Harmony was 2 months old at the time. And she had a pretty intimidating diagnosis at first. So, I did a lot of Google research, but I still knew.
I'm going to go through some of this because I know they go over her diagnosis. I'm really just trying to find one little part of when she talks about like why they took her away. Why was Harmony taken away?
It was 7 months.
I'm sorry, can you say that last thing?
Yeah, that she probably wasn't going to live past 7 months old. Hyeloprocephaly was the original first diagnosis.
You mentioned this blindness.
Mm-hmm.
What can you tell us about that?
So then we went on to get different diagnoses.
What kind of child was Harmony Montgomery?
She was super social. She loved to be with people. We used to joke around with her to leave a sparkle wherever she went, because wherever she went, she left people happy and you knew that you met her.
How long was Harmony in your care for?
So which time? We took care of Harmony 3 times. She came back into care 3 times. So for the first time, she was with us for about 2 months. Then she returned to her mother, and then she returned to us. And then she stayed with us for about a little over 2.5 years. And then she went back with her mother and then came back 10 months later.
You mentioned these disabilities.
Yes.
Was Harmony developmentally delayed?
She was not. It definitely could have been a possibility. She started off with that original diagnosis, and through going with her mother, and then came back 10 months later.
Okay. Sorry, y'all. I wanted to really write that down because I didn't know what that time frame was for sure, and I didn't want to have any misinformation. Share this tab instead. Okay. So, yeah, good morning to Zero Fox. Thank you for being here and stopping in. Harmony's mom was a drug abuser who, yes, I've heard about that she relapsed. However, I will say from her mugshot to like her arraignment to like seeing her now, she looks completely different. She looks healthier. I don't know how much happier a person can be after witnessing and going through everything she went through and being part of all of that. That has to be freaking traumatic in itself, you know, and the guilt and everything else that comes with it. But it's just heartbreaking. Drugs is, I mean, and think about it. Like Kayla was saying, like they went through their methadone thing, and then they also parked into the parking lot at this apartment and did heroin and crack for like 15 to 20 minutes. They have their other 2 young children sitting in the back of their car. Harmony is at that point, I believe, already in the duffel bag. Like, what kind of sane people do that? That's where I'm like, I don't understand people like this. Oh, no problem, Resto. Is your live over, Resto? Did you already end your live? Because I was about to go talk to your chat. That flag is hung wrong and it's nagging me. Oh, girl, I didn't even pay attention to it, but now that you say it. But yes, Kayla did make a complete turnaround. I just hope that like she does have some kind of protection, just being that like if he really threatened her, that even if he was locked up, that if she testified against him, you know what I mean? Like I would want to move away and start over after all of this is over, like the trial. But again, she got a hell of a deal. She's getting away with a lot. It's just, I'm really conflicted with this whole Kayla thing, y'all. I really, really am. I can't say that I don't know. I'm thankful for her testimony because she spoke up for Harmony, you know. Yes, I wish that she would have done it sooner. We all do. But we can't go back and change that. And if it was left up to Adam telling us anything, we would know nothing. You know, we went for how long with him just, I have nothing else to say. I have nothing else to say. In every interview, body cam footage, everything, he never wanted to talk about Harmony. So I don't think that we would have known anything. Oh, you're good, intuitive. Stuff like that. If I notice it and it bothers me, that's our OCD coming out. But yeah, it's just there on the screen for now. I'll do this. I'll do y'all a favor because I like to put up pictures of little Harmony. I thought this was a cute, silly picture of her. right, Kim? I'm glad I'm not the only one. And like I don't even know how to explain it without it sounding wrong or people taking it the wrong way, because I know there's so many people, including myself, like I said, that just when we found out that they were searching the house on Union Street, and they took the refrigerator and they were checking the sewage. Like that was a very, very in-depth search. We knew that someone was talking, right? It hadn't come out yet that it was Kayla, but we thought maybe Kayla is talking. We just weren't sure. And then now that it's, it's all come out that she is the one who came forward, and then now she's telling it from her point of view. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I'm just going to say she lied on the stand the first time. She's serving time for that. She's on the stand again, and I don't think that she's going to lie again. She was afraid of him. He was a narcissist. There was pictures of her face. Her abuse was like, she documented that.
All right, you can remain standing because we're going to bring the jurors in. Oh, do you want to get?
Okay,
Yes.
bring the jurors in.
Yep. All right, you can be seated. We're going to bring the witness in first. Just be careful of the wires, please. All right. All rise for the jurors, please.
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. Turn your nose whenever you're ready. Ms. Montgomery, I remind you, you remain under oath.
Kayla, before, excuse me. Before we broke, you were telling us about your time in the fit shelter.
Yes.
And you mentioned the defendant taking Harmony's body out of that ceiling. She was still in the duffel bag.
Yes.
Brought her into the bathroom. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said when he was in there, you couldn't see what was going on, but you heard a bang.
Yeah.
What was he doing to her?
Trying to fit her in that bag.
When you say trying to fit her into that bag, is that the bag like this one?
Yes.
And you heard a bang while he was doing that.
Yes.
Did you hear any other noises?
No.
How long was he in the fit shelter bathroom trying to fit her into this bag?
About a couple hours.
You mentioned him putting her in garbage bags and then squishing her into a bag like that one.
Yes.
The duffel bag that he had initially put her in? What happened to that duffel bag?
He got rid of it.
Do you know what he did with it?
I don't know what he did with it. But it was no longer, we didn't have it anymore.
And was that after the bathroom?
Yes.
You said that Harmony's body was beginning to smell and that it was horrible.
Yes.
Did the defendant take measures to combat that smell?
Yes.
What did he do?
That is when he took her down from the ceiling and brought her into the bathroom to put her in the garbage bags and to get her to fit in that bag that's similar to that one. And he asked me to bring the bag to his job.
Where was his job at the time? Where was he working?
At Portland Pie in Manchester.
This is still while you were at the Families in Transition Shelter?
Yes.
How long did he work there for?
2 months.
And you said he asked you to bring the bag to him at work.
Yes.
Did you obey?
Yes.
About how did you get there from the Families in Transition Shelter to his work?
I walked
Oh,
And
wow.
where was the bag at that point?
in the stroller.
Wow.
How long of a walk is that from the shelter to his work at Portland Pie?
About 10-15 minutes.
Was anyone with you during that walk?
My 2 kids.
What the heck?
Why did you obey the defendant when he told you to bring Harmony's body in that bag to his work?
Because I was scared.
Why didn't she just run if he was at work? At that moment, that would have been his
Are
chance.
you aware of what he did with her body once you brought it to him?
Yes.
What did he do with it?
He put it.
Sustained. If you would rephrase the
Your
question.
Honor, you said you're aware of what he did with her body at his work at the Portland Pie Pizza Company. How are you aware of what he did with it, Kayla?
Because he told me that he put her in the freezer.
Was that the only time, to your knowledge, that he put her in the freezer, or were there more times where he brought her and put her in the freezer?
That was my only time.
I want to go back for just a moment. When he was in the bathroom, you said it was for several hours.
Yes.
Are you aware of him doing anything to clean up in that bathroom?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what he did to clean up?
He used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom.
How do you know he used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom?
Because he specifically bought it.
Were you with him when he bought it?
I don't remember.
But you remember him using ammonia to clean?
Yes.
Did he tell you what he believed the ammonia would do?
It wouldn't show evidence of any blood or fluids.
And did he tell you at that point why he didn't want evidence to be shown, why he didn't want anything to be shown down the road?
So he wouldn't get in trouble and nobody could find anything.
Why did he put Harmony in the freezer at the Portland Pie Pizza Company?
Because he said that if she's in the freezer, there wouldn't be any fluids or anything leaking.
At some point around that time, did you get tax returns, your tax refund?
Yes.
Do you remember around when that was?
March, February or March, I believe, in 2021.
So I still want to talk about the time you were at the fit shelter. Did you eventually leave the fit shelter?
Yes.
And where did you live after the fit shelter?
Union Street in Manchester.
Do you remember when you moved into Union Street in Manchester?
Yes.
What day did you move there?
February 20th, 2020.
And did you sign a lease agreement for that apartment?
Yes.
Did you list Harmony as a child?
No.
How about on your tax returns? Did you list Harmony as a child?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Can you tell the jurors why you did that?
They actually claimed
Because
her?
she lived with us for 6 months or more, and Adam told me to leave her on there
Did he tell you why he wanted you to leave her on there?
so that it wouldn't seem, it would just show that we still had her living
Wow.
with us.
Wow. They freaking claimed her. Oh.
So you moved into your apartment on Union Street on February 20th, is that what you said?
Yes.
And that's of 2020?
Yes.
Where was he keeping Harmony at that point?
In the refrigerator of our apartment.
Yeah, that's why they got the refrigerator.
And I asked you earlier, and I think you said he began to discuss dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
What did he say about dismembering her?
That he
It's almost like she took something as like a
that he just
volume.
wanted to put her in, he would put her in pieces
Oh my God, no.
to get rid of her.
And was that at the Union Street apartment?
Yes.
That's where that discussion occurred?
Yes.
Did he ever discuss using tools on Harmony with you?
Oh my gosh.
Using tools on her body?
He said that he was going to try and use a saw. He wanted to use a hand saw.
What the frick?
Or a NutriBullet.
What?
And I want to unpack that.
A NutriBullet?
And a NutriBullet. NutriBullet.
It's like a freaking blender type thing.
Kayla, I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 63 for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize the item that's depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
It's a hand saw.
It's a handsaw?
Yeah.
Do you recognize this handsaw?
Yes.
When the defendant discussed dismembering Harmony, using tools on her,
Yes.
is this a saw that he discussed doing that with?
Yes.
Is this an accurate representation of that saw as you remember it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID, mark as full, State's Exhibit 63, and publish to the jurors.
Thank
The ID
you.
is stricken
Thank
and
you, Zero
entered as a
Fox.
full exhibit.
You can also do
So this is the saw
exclamation
that he discussed
trigger.
using to dismember Harmony's body.
Yes.
That discussion again occurred at the Union Street apartment.
Yes.
You talked about something else just then, and we barely caught it. You mentioned a NutriBullet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you tell the jurors what that is? What a NutriBullet is?
It's like a blender that you can make smoothies in, or any kind of puree food item.
And what did the defendant say about using a NutriBullet,
What the?
a
Oh,
blender on Harmony?
I can't.
When we lived on Union Street,
What did he say about it?
he said that it would be good to use
It would help get rid of her.
It helped get rid of Harmony.
Yes.
The hell, man? What is wrong with him?
Earlier, you mentioned the defendant talking about lying. The idea that what was his idea? What was his purpose of using lying?
That it would help her body decay.
That's what he told you?
Yes.
Kayla, I've shown you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And what can you tell me about this item? Do you recognize anything, particular markings on this item?
The bag of lime on the left side is similar to the one that he had.
When you say it's similar to the one that he had, who's he? Who's the he that you're
Adam.
referring to?
Adam.
And is there a circle around that bag?
Yes.
And is there writing underneath it?
Yes.
Do you recognize that writing?
It's my initials.
Is this an accurate representation of the item that you circled and initialed?
Yes.
Did you write those initials?
Yes.
Did you circle this item?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
To let it be known that that's the item that was similar to the one that he had.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full unpublished State's Exhibit 62.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit and it may be published.
Kayla, who were you with when you circled this bag of lime?
Detective Dunleavy and Riley.
Is that Max Redhill?
Yeah, that
Another
one.
Detective?
Yeah.
So you're with law enforcement?
Yes.
And they asked you if you could identify. Have you seen?
I'm sorry, objection sustained.
Have you seen
This
a
is
bag of lime
facts.
in your Union Street apartment?
Intuitive facts.
Yes.
Where was that bag of lime located in your Union Street apartment?
In the bathroom.
Do you know how that bag of lime got there?
No.
Did you buy that bag of lime?
No.
When you saw that bag of lime in the bathroom of Union Street, what was going on in that bathroom at the time?
Adam was trying to de-thaw her body.
When you say Adam was trying to de-thaw her body, what was he doing specifically?
Taking the clothes off of her. And putting her in the bag of lime.
Mm.
And when he was trying to de-thaw her body, where was Harmony's body at the time?
In the bathtub.
And that's when you saw the bag of lime?
Yes.
Did you see Harmony's body in the bathtub?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. I
I
know.
want you to tell the jurors what you saw of her body.
That has to haunt her. That has to haunt
I
her.
saw Harmony in the bathtub. Still folded together the same way that she was left in the bag when we took her out of the car. And she just looked like she had just barely any skin, like she was just a layer of skin and bone. And she was all bruised up.
Poor baby, man.
And what was the defendant doing to de-thaw her?
He had the hot water running from the shower.
And where was the hot water running in the shower?
In the bathroom.
Where was the hot water running in relation to Harmony's body?
Union Street apartment.
Harmony's body, where was it in the Union Street apartment?
In the tub.
Was the hot water touching her?
Yes.
He was running it over her?
Yes.
And what was he doing to Harmony's body during this process?
Taking the clothes off of her.
Was he touching her at all during that process?
Yes.
Tell us how he was touching her.
He was cutting the clothes off of her and just de-thawing her.
Did he tell you to help him at some point?
Yes.
Gosh, oh my gosh.
Did you obey him?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was scared.
How did you help him?
I helped him take the clothes off of her.
How did he take the clothes off of her?
By cutting them with scissors.
What did he do with her body after he cut the clothes off of her?
Put her in the bag of lime.
You mentioned these clothes. What clothes was she wearing when he put her into that tub?
She had a hoodie on. And she had her leggings on.
That had to be a dark time for
Did
her.
you leave that bathroom at some point while he was in there?
Yeah,
Why? Why'd you leave the bathroom?
because I needed to check on the kids. And I couldn't be in there anymore.
And let's talk about that. What do you mean you couldn't be there in there anymore?
Because I couldn't handle it. I didn't want to see anything.
How long was he in the bathroom for that day?
A few hours.
And that was with Harmony's body?
Yes.
At some point, did he close the door to the bathroom?
Yes.
Were you able to hear what he was doing in there?
No.
Were you able to... Why weren't you able to hear what he was doing in there?
Because our neighbor next door always had loud music playing. And I couldn't tell what noises were happening.
You mentioned a shower being on earlier.
Yes.
Did that shower stay on after you left the bathroom?
It was on when I left the bathroom, yes.
And did it stay on? Did he leave it on?
Yes.
Did he take breaks from what he was doing in the bathroom at any point?
No.
Jeez.
Did he leave the bathroom at any point?
No.
How many bags did you see in the bathroom with him?
3.
And what was happening with each of those bags?
He had lime in the bags.
So one of the bags was a bag of lime.
Yes.
Was it a large bag or a small bag?
The bags that he was putting them in were large trash bags.
The bag that contained the lime, was that a large bag or a small bag?
It was a large bag.
A large bag of lime?
Yes.
You said that he was putting that lime into a bag.
Yes.
Was there anything else in the bag when he was putting the lime in?
No.
Did you see Harmony's body go into the bag?
No.
What happened to Harmony's body after it was in the bathtub?
It was in the CMC bag.
What did he do with the CMC bag?
Put Harmony in it.
What did he do with the lime that was in the bathroom?
It was in the big trash bags.
The lime was in the big trash bags?
Well, I know he put the lime in trash bags, but I didn't see that bag after.
Which bag did you not see after
The
that?
lime bag.
Did he also add lime to the CMC bag?
Yes.
Was he talking to you during this process?
No.
He was working.
Yeah.
At any point, did you see him remove Harmony's body from the bathtub?
No.
You mentioned earlier that he put Harmony's body back into the CMC bag.
Yes.
How do you know that he did that?
Because he put the bag back in the freezer after.
You mentioned garbage bags.
Yes.
What was he doing with the garbage bags in that bathroom?
He had the big garbage bags put in the CMC bag and had the lime in the bag.
And that clothing that you mentioned, you used scissors to cut off.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to rewind just a minute to make sure I have the order of this right, because there's trash bags, there's the CMC bag, and then there's the lime bags. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what she says here.
Off her clothes. That
bag. He had the big garbage bags put in the CMC bag and had the lime in the bag.
Okay.
And that clothing that you mentioned, you used scissors to cut off her clothing.
Yes.
What happened to her clothing? What happened to Harmony's clothes?
It was put in a trash bag.
Was anything else put into that trash bag with her or with the clothes?
Not that the duffel bag.
So you saw the duffel bag again after the fit shelter.
Yes.
And that trash bag that the duffel bag went into, that the clothes went into, what happened to that trash bag?
I don't know.
Did the defendant tell you what he planned to do with that trash bag?
Throw them away.
Did he tell you specifically where he was going to throw it away?
He just said he wasn't going to leave them in our trash area. He was going to bring them somewhere.
Did he say why he wasn't going to leave them in your trash?
So that there's no evidence.
Yeah, there's plenty of evidence, homie.
Do you recall telling investigators that when you saw Harmony in the bathtub, the defendant was squishing the liquids out of her?
No.
You mentioned earlier the defendant talked about dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
Did he do that in the bathroom?
I don't know.
That conversation about dismembering Harmony, conversation about using the tools, how close in time was that to the steps, the actions the defendant took in the bathroom?
Well, I know that the conversation with the tool happened when I lived with my mother. Okay. We were staying at my mother's house. And by the time that he was trying to, I don't even know what he did, but it was a few months after.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant squished Harmony at the fit shelter. He squished Harmony into that CMC bag.
Yes.
You said that her body filled that bag.
Yes.
How was he able to add lime to that bag if it was full of Harmony's body?
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's what I want to know.
You don't know what he did in that bathroom?
No.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe you said this already, but what did he do with the bag, the CMC bag, after he was done in the bathroom?
He put it in the freezer.
And that's why they took the fridge from that home when they did the search.
Did the defendant ultimately dispose of what remained of Harmony's body?
I don't know.
Did he get rid of her body
Not then.
at some point?
Yes.
And so I want to turn your attention to that. At some point, did he have a conversation with you about getting rid of that CMC bag, of getting rid of Harmony's body?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that conversation involved, what he said?
He said that that he wanted to get rid of her body soon because he was scared that if anything ever happened, he was scared of what would happen to him and me and the kids.
And what steps did the defendant take to get rid of that CMC bag that had Harmony's body in it?
He got in touch with an old friend of his,
Do you remember that old friend's name?
Travis Beach.
Hey, Michael.
Did you know Travis Beach at the time?
No,
Had you met him before?
no.
Do you know how the defendant got in touch with Travis Beach?
I don't know who reached out to who, but I knew it was about selling a gun.
And did Travis Beach ever come to your apartment?
Yes,
Did he come to your apartment with a female?
yes.
Do you know that female's name?
Brittany.
And is that Brittany Bedard?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so, oh wow. So, according to her testimony, there's mention of the saw and the dismembering and trigger warning for sure, but it isn't ever clear if he ever did that because she said she couldn't hear anything that was being done in the bathroom because of the loud music. But what Intuitive was saying was like she heard the shower. She was able to say that the shower was running the entire time, but yet she couldn't hear anything with the loud music. I know that it was a hand saw. Oh, it's just disgusting. So as of right now, we don't really know what he did in that bathroom besides the use of lime. And obviously, if they have a picture of the saw, I'm thinking that he purchased it. I think the opening statement said that there was a Home Depot receipt. So
You may proceed.
I'm just wondering if he used it. Oh, I hope not.
Miss Montgomery, you mentioned a Brittany coming to your house.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the person that's depicted in this image? And I should say for the record, I'm showing Kayla what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 55.
That's Declan.
You recognize the individual in this image?
Yeah.
And you said it's Declan?
Yes.
Who is Declan to you?
My son.
Did Brittany, did she stay at your house for very long?
A couple days.
Okay. And at some point after Travis Beach, Brittany Bedard arrived at your home on Union Street, did you go to a hotel with them?
Yes.
At some point after they came to your house that day, when you went to that hotel with them, did you become aware of a U-Haul?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of this U-Haul?
so that Adam can use it to dispose of Harmony's body.
Do you remember the name of the hotel that you stayed at?
The Econolodge.
And you mentioned not having an ID, not having a license. Whose name was that Econolodge room under?
Brittany.
Did they stay at the Econolodge with you?
Yes.
And were they in the same room as you, or a separate room, or something else?
Separate room.
When did you first become aware of the U-Haul?
Adam had talked to me about having her rent a U-Haul to use.
Did Adam tell you why he wanted her to rent a U-Haul to use?
Because she has a license. And to have it in somebody else's name.
Why did he want that U-Haul rental in someone else's name?
So that they can't prove that Adam rented it.
Did you see the U-Haul rental at any point?
Yes.
Can you describe the U-Haul rental for the jurors?
The rental U-Haul was a van, like a van that like people that do painting would use.
So it was a rental van.
Yes.
And I want to back up for just a moment. You said you were at the Econolodge Hotel. Was Harmony's body with you in that hotel?
Yes.
Where was that body? Where was Harmony being stored?
In the fridge.
Those refrigerators are so small. How did they even fit her?
Did the defendant tell you where he planned to dump Harmony's body?
No.
Did he leave with the rental van at some point?
Yes.
Did he leave with the CMC bag at the same time?
Yes.
When did he leave?
It was in the middle of the night.
Did he say anything to you before he left?
No.
Did he tell you what he was doing?
No, but I already knew what he was doing.
And that's because he told you before.
Yes.
Did he tell you specifically why he wasn't telling you where he was going, where he was dumping Harmony?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what he told you.
He said he wasn't telling me where he was bringing her so that if anything like this happened and the cops got involved, that I wouldn't be able to tell. I wouldn't know where she is, so I couldn't tell anybody where she is. Only he would know.
That's so messed up.
Kayla, where is Harmony's body?
I don't know.
Oh.
Kayla, where did he dump Harmony?
I don't know.
Did he return to the hotel room?
Yes.
And when did he return?
It was like right before the sun came out.
Did he say anything to you when he returned?
That he got rid of her.
That CMC bag, the one that he squished Harmony into,
Yes.
was it still with him?
No.
I want to switch gears, Kayla. I told you we'd get back to this, but I want to talk about the time that you were living in the fish shelter, the time you were living in your apartment on Union Street. At some point during that time frame, early 2020, did the defendant begin to suspect that you were informing on him?
Yes.
Wait, when? When was
Did
this?
he
Hold on.
suspect the defendant begin frame in your apartment on Union Street? At some point during that time frame, early 2020,
Early
did the defendant
2020.
begin to suspect that you were informing on him?
Yes.
Did he suspect that you were informing on him about Harmony?
Sustained.
I'll rephrase. What did he suspect that you were informing on him about?
About killing Harmony.
And what did he do because of those suspicions?
He started abusing me.
I want to unpack that abuse. Can you tell the jurors what he did to you?
When he would accuse me of talking to police or detectives, he would ask me if I was telling, and I would say no. And he would say just to tell him the truth, and I wouldn't agree, saying that I did. And then because he would end up hitting me, and I finally said that I did, even though I didn't, but he still hurt me anyway.
You said that he ended up hitting you. He would still hurt me anyway.
Yes.
How did he hurt you, Kayla?
By punching me.
Where did he punch you?
In the head.
Oh my God.
What did he punch you with, Kayla?
His hands.
Open hand, closed fist, something else?
Both.
How often did this happen to you? How often did he do this?
Constantly.
Oh my God.
It just kept happening.
What was it like living with him back then?
It was definitely not good.
So she was informing on him for a while.
Do you recognize what's depicted in what's marked as States Exhibit 99, Kayla?
Yes. It's me with 2 black eyes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you on that day?
Yes.
Do you remember what day this was?
March 17th,
Is that of 2020 or 2021?
2021.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID Marcus Full published to the jury States Exhibit.
Any objection? All right, the ID is stricken. This entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
And Kayla, you said that the abuse started in early 2020.
Yes.
You said that this photo was taken in March of 2021.
Yes.
You also said that this was a regular occurrence.
Yes.
From the time that the abuse began until you took this photograph, was it consistent with the defendant? Was he consistently accusing you?
Yes.
Was he consistently hitting you?
Yes.
Was he doing things to items in your house?
Yes.
What was he doing to the items in your house?
Destroying everything. Breaking a lot of stuff.
Why was he breaking things, Kayla?
Because he thought that there was microphones in the house, and I was telling on him, and thought there was cameras.
You said that he would hit you, that he would hurt you. Did he also threaten you?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what he said would happen to you.
He said that he would be able to contact his family member, his Uncle Kevin, and have him kill me and cut me in pieces, and nobody would be able to find me.
Did he say why that would happen? Why he would have that done?
If I ended up telling on him.
Telling on him about what?
About Harmony being murdered.
What else did the defendant do when he suspected that you were working with the police?
He was very abusive.
During one of those incidents, do you recall trying to call someone for help, trying to get help.
Yes.
And Kayla, let me ask you this. Do you know someone named Roseanne Smith?
Yes.
Who is Roseanne Smith to you?
She was the public transportation for the ride to the clinic.
I want you to tell the jurors about an incident involving Mrs. Smith.
I was going to the methadone clinic and I left without him while he was sleeping because he would tell me we're not going even when our ride showed up, but I ended up going while he was sleeping. And I was getting dropped off and I had a black eye, and Rose saw my black eye and I asked her if I could use her phone to call somebody so I could call my mom or somebody to help me. And he saw that I was using her phone and he came and ripped it out of my and her hand. I was handing her back the phone and he ripped it out of her hand and asked who I was calling. And he was being very aggressive.
Again, you were trying to call for help.
Yeah.
Do you know someone named Tara Hilbert?
Yes.
Tell the jurors about an incident involving Miss Hilbert.
Adam would tell me that I couldn't leave the house, and I ended up leaving and running out of the house, and I had my daughter in my arms, and I ran to Tara's apartment, which was right next door, and asked her if she could call my mom. And then Adam came out and followed me and put me in a chokehold and said to tell her to not call my mom, to don't make that phone call or else he's going to hurt me.
Kayla, why couldn't you leave the house?
Because he thought that I was trying to tell on him.
And let me ask you this, Kayla. When you left the house, were your two small sons still in the house with him?
Yes.
Why did you only take your daughter?
Because she was in my arms. I was already feeding her and I just ran. I just ran out and to find help, and I could go back and get the kids.
The image that I showed you, you described having bruising, black eyes.
Yeah.
Does that day stand out to you, Kayla?
Yes.
Why does it stand out to you?
Because that's the day that I took the kids and left.
Are you still married to the defendant?
Yes.
When did you get married to him?
On Harmony's birthday in 2017.
Do you remember that day, Harmony's birthday?
Yes.
What day was it?
It was June 7th.
And can you tell us that date again that you left him?
It was March 17th, 2021.
Are you aware of whether or not he began a relationship with another individual after you left him?
No.
Do you know someone named Kelsey Small?
Yeah.
Did you ever meet Kelsey Small?
Yes.
Did officers in December of 2021 contact you regarding Harmony being missing?
Yes.
And you mentioned a lie earlier. Did you stick to that?
Okay, wait. So she had been informing, right? She had been informing early 2020 is what they said earlier. So right here they said that detectives contacted her. This is in 2021. So I'm a little confused because earlier he was suspicious of her informing on him. I'm wondering if he was just paranoid and she really wasn't, or she was talking to police. I think the way she made it sound was like she was talking to the police and telling them what happened. I don't know. I'm going to have to go back and watch, but I'm going to rewind just a little bit.
That December of 2021 contact you regarding Harmony being missing.
Yes.
And you mentioned a lie earlier. Did you stick to that lie?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors why you stuck to that lie.
Because Adam told me to just stay saying that lie.
And so when they contacted you in December of 2021, you gave them that lie.
Yes.
And after they left you, did you contact Adam?
Yes.
What did he say when you contacted him?
He said not to say anything and to say I want a lawyer and don't tell them where he is.
Where was he at the time?
In Maine.
And did you tell him to get back here?
Yes.
Kayla, do you remember where you were on December 30th, 2021?
I was at the family shelter.
Do you remember going to a Walmart that day?
Yes.
Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 65 for identification.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the individuals that are depicted in that image?
It's Kelsey, Adam, and myself.
And can you point to Adam on that image? Is this a fair and accurate representation of you, Kelsey, and Adam at the Walmart on December 30th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 65.
Any objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
And you said you pointed here?
Yes.
That's Adam?
Yes.
I remember this now with the Walmart footage. I think they were getting rid of a phone or something to do with the phone. I remember when this came out.
Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 90. I'm just going to ask that you look at each page in turn. Do you recognize the individuals depicted in these images?
Yes, that's Kelsey and me.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Kelsey and me.
Do you see the defendant anywhere in these images?
That's not him. No.
So it's Kelsey and you.
Yeah.
Again, is this the images that are depicted here accurate representations of you and Kelsey that day?
Yes.
Turn our move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 90.
Yes.
Okay, it's only 11:55 their time, so I doubt lunch will probably be for another, probably like another hour. I don't know if who's still here and watching and listening, but it's horrible. Zero Fox Given, I don't know if you're still here, but yeah, that bag was small. I'm pretty sure he did use the saw. It's just, I guess not clarified. You know, they don't have enough information to clarify whether or not he used it, at least up until this point that we know of. So I'm not sure. Okay, Zero Fox, no problem. Glad you're still here. They're taking a long break. Sorry, y'all, I'm still here. Just they're on a long break. I'm not sure why. It's a really long break. Sorry I'm so quiet. It's just been a lot to digest too. I doubt that she's gonna get that because of the deal she got, you know? She she just has to be like really complacent with and really cooperative with anything that has to do with Harmony's case So I'm not sure that she's going to serve any time. She got a heck of a deal. I just wish that she knew where Harmony's body was so she could give us that information. And we'll never know if she really knows or not. I feel so bad that like this break is taking so long. She's just sitting there waiting. I don't know what they're discussing right now. Still here, but practically speechless. I know, same. My heart hurts. My brain hurts.
To trade phones in for money.
Do you remember how many phones you traded in that day?
Like 3 or more.
Whose phones did you trade in?
Mine and Adam's, and I don't know who else.
And can you remind us, who were you with at the Walmart that day?
It was myself, Kelsey, and Adam.
Kayla, we spoke earlier about your convictions.
Yes.
Was that actually part of a plea agreement that you entered into?
Yes.
The testimony that you've provided today, what is your testimony based on?
Actually being there?
Is it based on the truth?
Yes.
At some point you were charged with perjury, and we talked about that earlier, but after that charge, did you agree to proffer information, to provide information to the state?
Yes.
Wait.
But at some point you were charged with perjury, and we talked about that earlier, but after that charge, did you agree to proffer information, to provide information to the state?
Yes.
What was the sentence that you received for your charges, your perjury charges?
I got a 3.5 to 7 suspended, and then I got a 3.5 to 7 with 1.5 off my minimum.
And what portion of that prison sentence are you currently fulfilling today?
My minimum.
What's the suspended portion of your sentence as a whole?
It's 3.5 to 7 for 10 years.
Other than the sentence conditions and your cooperation agreement with the state, are there additional conditions that you have to follow right now?
To tell the truth.
What happens if you breach that agreement? What happens if you violate that agreement?
Then I get charged with whatever you guys decide to charge me with all my charges that got dropped and whatever else.
Kayla, what's your primary obligation under that agreement?
To tell the truth.
And I want to follow up just briefly with a few of the things that you've said. You testified earlier that the defendant told you he hit Harmony back in July of 2019.
Yes.
You said that he gave Harmony a black eye that day.
Yes.
You said that he murdered Harmony on December 7th, that you witnessed him murder Harmony on December 7th, 2019.
Yes.
You said that you saw him carry Harmony's body for months and compressing her, squishing her into a bag.
Yes.
You said that after months of carrying her, he ultimately disposed of Harmony's body.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you're able to identify the person that you've said did those things. Kayla, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual that's depicted in this image?
Yes.
Who is that?
Adam Montgomery.
Is that the Adam Montgomery that you referred to as abusing you for those months and months?
Yes.
The same one that you said gave Harmony a black eye, confessed to giving Harmony a black eye.
Yes.
The same one that beat Harmony to death, that murdered her in the Sebring.
Yes.
Kayla, at any point, did you pull Harmony out of the Sebring and stuff her into that duffel bag?
No.
At any point, did you fold her in half as you described the defendant doing?
No.
Did you walk her to Badero's?
No.
Did you take her and put her in the ceiling of your room at the Fit Shelter?
No.
Did you smush her into a CMC bag like the one I showed you earlier?
No.
Did you compress her further and add lime to her in the bathroom of your Union Street apartment?
No.
Did you put her in a U-Haul van and dump her somewhere?
No.
Who did those things, Kayla?
Adam Montgomery.
At any point when you were living in that vehicle after you've been evicted, were you ever alone with Harmony?
No.
Why not?
Because we were just always in the car.
Kayla, I want you to look at these jurors. Kayla, did you kill Harmony?
No, I did not.
Did you beat her to death?
No, I did not.
Were you alone with her when she died?
No, I was not.
Good for her for speaking up.
If I could have just...
I mean, you can see it in her face. She didn't do any of those things. She was a witness to it all, but she was also a victim of Adams at one point.
Council, I think this is a good time for the lunch break. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an hour lunch break now. So please return at 1:05. I remind you, do not discuss this here. Do not drive any.
Okay, so it looks like they're going to go to lunch. Yeah. And there's Crystal, her mom. She's still in the courtroom. Oh my goodness. This has been a rough day. I did not know we were starting with Kayla's testimony today. Holy crap. Okay, let me put my banner up. If anybody is still in here, I know people are like listening and busy and all that, but definitely take a break, get you something to snack on, drink, whatever, walk around, stretch, do all those things. Because it's been an intense 4 hours this morning. So I'm gonna take a break here also. I'm gonna put this as a okay. Okay, so I'm going to leave this on the screen. I'm going to be away from the computer for a little bit. I'll have my phone on me so I can see if anybody needs anything in chat. Before I do get up and walk around, which I'm always looking for something to do, so I'm going to see if what's being posted on Twitter. Sorry, I'm sitting here eating and I didn't know I wasn't muted. Um, yes, for sure, Michael. And yeah, Kayla must be stressed and scared. But I will be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Hey everyone. I see there's a little less people in here. I'm pretty sure everyone's taking a break. I got up and I stretched, got me a little something to snack on. Oh, I forgot my drink. I'm gonna have to go grab that. But I'm about to look on Twitter while they're at lunch to see if and what people are posting about. So just give me a moment and I'll be right back. Let me grab my drink. Okay, was I not muted and y'all heard all that noise so loud? I'm sorry. I see that Michael went to make a phone call, so he's probably not here. But I'm going to go ahead and look on Twitter, share my screen. Excuse me. Because I already see a lot of stuff from Nerdy. Again, Nerdy is who I was talking to y'all about, who is very close to this case. Not involved in it or anything, but like from around the area. He was boots on the ground at one point. This case, and this is where I started following Harmony. So I want to read his. So, like this one, he says, see something, say something isn't just for terrorists on the plane. First and foremost, it should apply to children. And every one of these efforts saw something and said nothing until it was far too late. And sadly, that is so true. But yeah, this is definitely facts. I'm not logged in, I don't think. Am I? Yeah, I am. Let's see. So this was Adam and Kayla when they were dating. Jeez. This was their mugshots. Poor Harmony. So he says, F New Hampshire for making a deal with Kayla Montgomery. She has done more to conceal this crime than Michelle Troconis, which is another case that he's following. Yet no charges. This was a child. See, and that's what I mean. It's conflicting because, for me anyway, I can only speak for me. And it's conflicting only because of the fact that, like I said, we wouldn't know anything if it was not for Kayla being an informant and telling the truth of what she knows. But at the same time, she did so much. She was very much involved and she helped in every way. And yes, she did help to conceal the crime. So I don't think that she should get away with no charges. Like, I don't know. And then again, someone's asking, like, is the defendant in court the murderer? No, he's not. Like, I don't understand why. Like, why is that a thing? I'm gonna ask Nerdy. Do we know why? How is that even an option? Oh, I'm not. I just realized that I had this over the screen. Good thing nobody's watching. But yeah, court is on lunch right now. So I'm just kind of going through Twitter and seeing what updates people have. Oh, okay. So, like this person says, no charges. Concealing is like accessory after the fact, right? I understand the fear factor of her being beaten by him, but after she left him, was she still fearful of her life? I don't see the reply. But had she never confessed, there would still be no answers to what happened to Harmony. So I can understand why a deal was made. I don't applaud it, but I understand why. That's how I feel. That's kind of almost exactly how I feel. And by the way, trending is Justice for Harmony. So that's awesome that her name is out there. Because everyone needs to know her name. Everyone needs to know what this monster did to her. Nerdy thinking of you. I'm so sorry you have to listen to this case. I know there are those cases, and I know this one. Yes. Yeah, this is a tough one for a lot of people. It's really, really tough. Okay, so they just go on and on to talk about that part. Let me see. Oh, wait. Oh, for day 3. Okay, yeah. I agree with this so much. Oh my gosh. Kayla Montgomery watched Adam stuff Harmony into a duffel bag, a cooler, and then into the ceiling vents. May karma be treacherous to her soul. She had plenty of time to inform police and only did when she was in a vulnerable spot. May her soul be consumed by the memories of her inaction. Yeah, see, that's like I said, we wouldn't have the information if it wasn't for her, but holy crap, was she involved? I'm gonna share my link. Okay. Let's go back. Go back a little bit. Oh, what's Resto's merch? Resto has merch, by the way, if anybody wants or interested in merch from Resto Chesto. He is amazing. I'll drop his link in chat. If I can find it. Where am I? Yeah. So that's Resto's merch. And you can follow his channel there. Am I even? Yeah, I am sharing the screen. Okay. I wanted to see what else was being said. So it was trending. Maybe it's on. I don't know. Oh, that's a pretty picture of her. Oh, shy baby. Oh, I love all of this. Hey, Micah. We're still on break, so I'm just kind of going through Twitter and looking at like the different posts. Are you not on Restless panel? And Zero Fox is still here. That's a beautiful picture they did. I love it. Okay, let's see what Jennifer Coffin Dapper has to say. So she says, "Oh, Adam, you are upset about strip searches, so refuse to go to court to face your accusers." Wow, is that why he's not being... I don't even understand how he has a freaking choice. It's so aggravating. But perhaps Adam Montgomery had something hidden in his anal cavity. Whoa, that's a big allegation. It wouldn't surprise me in the least. My mind and heart are with his victim, Harmony. So, let me see. February 7th of 2024. So this is the day the trial started. Oh, this is interesting. So according to this document, on February 7th at approximately 7 o'clock in the morning, Deputy Joshua Toms and I were dressed in the uniform of the day and assigned to transport the following subject from the New Hampshire State Prison Secured Housing Unit to the Hillsborough County Superior Court. Adam Montgomery. We were given access to the booking area of the secured housing unit where we were to take custody of Montgomery. We were met by a CO who escorted him into the booking area. Montgomery immediately asked why we were so early, and I advised that we had other assignments after he was taken to court. The correctional officer instructed Montgomery to enter a holding cell to be strip searched, at which point Montgomery got upset and questioned multiple times why he had to be strip searched since he was changing at the court. I could not make out the remainder of the conversation, but just before they walked back into the booking area, Montgomery stated he was not going to court. The CEO said something to him, and Montgomery stated that he was, quote, not effing going. He looked visibly upset, looked at Deputy Toms and I, and stated that he was refusing to go and that he was not going to court. I contacted Lieutenant Thomas Burke of the Sheriff's Office and advised him that Montgomery refused to go to court. We cleared the prison at approximately 7:17. So when it came down to being transported and they were going to strip search him, he absolutely had a meltdown and said he was not going. That is sus as hell. That's really freaking... like, why would you not? And he doesn't want to face what he's done. I mean, let's just be honest. He doesn't want to face all that. Oh, thank you, Zero Fox. So am I. So am I. Trying to clear up a bunch of StreamYard stuff. I've been having to download my videos and clear up StreamYard hours until I can start learning how to use OBS and not have to worry about that. But thank you for being here. Okay. So that was just hers. Yeah, this is true too. So 3 hours ago, she said court officers say Adam Montgomery declined transport to court again Friday. His absence goes completely unacknowledged by the court, with no explanation to the jury, who is not informed that he is currently incarcerated. Wow. You would think that they would tell them something. The court doesn't want to influence the jury's decision. It's crazy. If I saw this, I would think he doesn't give a shit, right? Can you imagine how much harder it would have been, though, for Kayla to do her testimony if she had to look him in the eyes, like if he was there? Ugh. Yeah, this was disgusting. This was the first I've heard about this, and this is one of the tools that he considered to get rid of Harmony. Like, that is insane to me. Oh, she's so cute. Oh, somebody put up the U-Haul van that Adam Montgomery used to dispose of the body on March 4th, 2020. I wonder how they got these that soon. I don't know if I had ever seen these. I guarantee he will not last 6 months in prison. Someone will take him out. Look at him. Oh my God, he is so nice. She was a fun-loving girl. This is the family. This is the family that has Jameson. This is her baby brother. They adopted him. And I think Harmony visited with them a lot. Her little brother asked for her all the time. But she was a fun-loving girl that loved being a big sister. Today is day 3, I thought, girl. They don't have me confused. Yeah, today's day 3. Yeah, a lot of people are angry. Yeah, this is definitely one of those cases that is really hard to listen to. Oh, so Nerdy already answered me. New Hampshire is really effing liberal. Jeez. Oh. So this guy is a local. Yeah, he's pretty much putting like all the notes I wrote down. That's pretty much what he's typing up. So if anybody wants to follow him on Twitter, if you're on Twitter, Tim Callery is posting like minute by minute updates on the trial. So I'm gonna go ahead and close out Twitter. And I don't know how long it's been, but we're gonna wait. Don't you want to go out there, girl? Hey. I didn't know I was unmuted the whole time. Y'all probably heard me moving around here, but okay, it's me. Hello to anybody who is still here watching. I just wanted to check in with you guys, let you guys know I am still here. Just looking at a couple. Hello to anybody who is still here. Sorry, my book started playing. Forgot I didn't mute it. But yeah, I've been checking things in the background. Got outside with my dogs for a little bit, let them out, and just waiting for trial to come back because I'm not sure if the state was done. But either way, she has been testifying for almost 4 hours now, 3 hours basically. It's about an hour for lunch, but her testimony has been the most lengthy up to date. And there's a lot being said on social media, a lot of opinions, as there should be. You know, we all feel a certain kind of way with this case. We always have, and it's a tough one. It's a really tough one to hear a lot of the things that they're saying. Mute this stuff. Do disturb is on. Why are you not working? Maybe if I close it, it won't go off. No, you're good, Micah. Definitely nothing going on here right now. Until the trial comes back. So I'm just kind of looking over my notes and going over everything that she said so far, and it is just a lot. We know that she said multiple times that she was afraid of him, but like the tweet that I was reading earlier said, like, there was plenty of chances for her to get out alone and tell someone what he did to Harmony. Instead, she stayed with him at multiple addresses, and at that point you are an accessory, and it's just so frustrating that, like, that's the only way we were going to be given any information about Harmony, is if they struck that kind of plea deal. It's just super freaking frustrating. Yeah, I don't doubt that she was scared. I know that she was definitely scared. It's just, how do you go for months and months and months with them hauling around him, carrying around Harmony's body everywhere they went, and you're okay with that? You know what I mean? Like, there has to be a point where, yes, you're scared of this individual, but you work, you get away from home, like, and you know what happened. Like, I don't know. I just can't see me keeping my mouth shut that long. I understand the fear. That is very real. I get that. But there were opportunities that she could have spoken up to someone, a trusted friend. She named several people that were like their friends, or even just her friend. I have her name written down here, but it's just to say, something, you see something, you say something. This wasn't just a little girl that was being abused. She was a little girl who was abused repeatedly. You witnessed every single one of those blows to her head and her face. Then the murder of her, and then the covering up. She just got off easy, in my opinion. She just got off easy. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't excuse her for not helping. Hi, Leopard Print. Good afternoon. Yes. Leopard, it has been heavy this morning. I advise you, when you do go back to listen, Leopard, if you choose to, it's completely up to you, because they started the day off with Kayla. Kayla started off on the stand. You didn't miss her. I think the state is still questioning her, and then they have to cross-examine. She is the state's, like, key witness. So I was very surprised to see that already she was on the stand. So maybe this case won't drag out as long as I thought it would. But Kayla does tell the story. I have, let's see, a half a page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You could say 8 pages of notes just from Kayla's testimony so far. She did a lot of crying. She has a lot of reasons of why she didn't do certain things, why she didn't tell, why she didn't try to get away. She was fearful for her life. Oh, and get this, Leopard. I have to tell you this because this was insane to me. One of the things that there became a point in early 2020 where Adam was like really suspicious of Kayla informing on him. So that's when he started to abuse her. He would punch her in the head often. She said it became like a regular thing, in the head, in the face. In March of 2021, there was a picture shown of her face after he blackened.
You can be seated. Are we ready
Remind
to
me
bring Ms.
to finish
Montgomery
telling you
back?
this, and I'll put a star by it. But
Yeah, ready?
I was like, wait, what? I'll mute it. I'll mute it while they're setting up. Basically, one of the things he threatened her with was that he told her if she said anything to the cops or detectives about anything that happened to Harmony, that even if he was locked up, that he could get a family member to kill her and cut her up into pieces, and that nobody would know what happened to her. And that family member that he named was Kevin Montgomery. Ain't that crazy? Like, that's why I said Kevin is really close to Adam. And that's just knowing that Kevin is out there and knowing that he threatened her with that. Like, I would want protection. Something. But yeah, that's what was told. And I was like, wow. Okay, we'll go back to the trial.
Be careful with the lid on that, please. All right, is everyone ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, they're waiting for the jury. So yeah, maybe someone else who's here because my brain is all over the place. But I do believe the state is still questioning her. Although I do see the defense. I don't know. I can't recall. So we left off where Kayla was asked to look at the jury, and he asked her, "Did you kill Harmony Montgomery?" And she's like, "No, I didn't." He asked her a series of questions, all of which the answer was no. So that happened last before lunch. I was surprised that he named Kevin as the person that he could get to do his dirty work. It just makes you wonder if he's gotten Kevin to do anything else, in any, not this case, but just like any case, anything, because he's known for being wild. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Your Honor.
You may be seated. Ms. Montgomery, I just remind you that you remain under oath.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to have a lot of questions, but I do want to go back to some of the stuff that you said at the end and make sure I understand. I think you said that you were never alone with Harmony once you were evicted.
Right.
And I think you said pretty much the whole family unit stayed in the car.
Yes.
And that was from the time that you were evicted.
Yes.
And I think you also said something about from the time that you were evicted, every time you were in public, Harmony had to be under a cover.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about an accident that was on November 29.
Yes.
And that's the day after Thanksgiving.
Yes.
A couple of days after you got evicted.
Yes.
And after that, on the same day of that accident, you actually went with the family to your mother's house.
Yes.
And so you, Harmony, Declan, and Seamus are there with your mother and her boyfriend and Adam.
Yes.
You were not in the car at that time.
No, we were inside the apartment.
And Harmony was not under a blanket.
No.
And on December, what is it? 2nd, you and Adam got in another bit of a fender bender, right?
Yes.
And that was out near Market Street, right?
Yes.
And the kids were not in the car that time, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that they were not in the car?
I don't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay. So do you remember talking to the police about that traffic accident
Yes.
and telling them that you thought, where'd it go? That Harmony was being babysat by Tabitha Scott?
Yes.
Because Harmony and Declan and Seamus were not in the car that accident, right?
From when I was being told, asking to remember that.
I beg your pardon?
I was being asked that question before.
Uh-huh.
And I said maybe they were being babysat by Tabitha because I didn't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay. You couldn't remember who might be babysitting them, either your mother or Tabitha, right?
Right.
Um,
Because I don't remember not having them in the car.
okay. If I showed you a copy of the police report on that accident, would that help refresh your recollection of whether or not the kids were in the car?
Yes.
Show you a copy of a report. It's 4 pages, and you can read anything you want to refresh your recollection, but I would start perhaps there that talks about the gist of the accident.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether the kids were in the car?
No.
It doesn't?
Uh,
Okay, I'm going to ask you about that conversation with the police. You recall the accident,
Yes.
and you recall that it was near Market Street.
Yes.
And you recalled that accident when you were talking to the police, correct?
Yes.
And I have a copy of that. We'll go back a little bit. You had a conversation with the police June 3rd. You recall that?
Of what year?
I'm sorry, 2022.
Yes.
And during that conversation, the police asked you about that accident, right?
Yes.
And when they asked you about the accident, they suggested that with it being at Market Street in the morning, you had probably just gone to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And they asked you where the kids were, right?
Yes.
And you said, I think Tabby was watching them. I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I don't remember if it was her or my mom, but I don't know because I wasn't really at my mom's house yet because we went on the 11th.
Yes.
Okay. So when they asked where the kids were, you thought that they were being babysat by Tabitha, perhaps your mother.
Yes.
I just want her to get to the point. Like, why is this relevant?
So I'm going to start with actually probably this investigation. And you were contacted by police. Sorry. Don't make that, but you were contacted by police in December of 2021, right?
Yes.
But there had actually been information in the media about looking for Harmony Montgomery, right?
Yes.
And you had actually seen things in the newspaper about Crystal Sorey wanting to find her daughter.
Yes.
And then when the police came to you, they wanted to talk to Adam about his daughter, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you and Adam were separated, right?
Yes.
You were living in the shelter.
Yes.
This was your second time at the Fit shelter, right?
Yes.
And Adam was in Maine, right?
Yeah.
And when they talked to you, you told them that as far as you knew, Adam had taken Harmony to his mother's, right?
Her mother's, yes.
I'm sorry, thank you. And you said that you thought Adam was in Maine,
Yes.
but you didn't give them a way to get in touch with him.
Right.
But you got in touch with him.
Yes.
And you said for him to come back to Manchester.
Yes.
You said that he needed to deal with this too.
Yes.
And you said that you were not dealing with it by yourself.
Yes.
And you said, this is not my fault.
Yes.
And Adam came when you contacted him.
Yes.
And he came to Manchester.
Yes.
But he came to Manchester with a woman.
Yes.
Kelsey Small.
Yes.
And you two had been separated since March of 2021.
Yes.
Actually, St. Patrick's Day, wasn't it?
Yes, that's when I left.
You left and you called the police.
Yes.
And Adam got arrested, right?
Yes.
And he was in jail for a while, right?
30 days, yes.
And you said he was going crazy, right?
Yes.
That he started going crazy and accusing you of all sorts of stuff.
Yes.
And he actually struck you.
Yes.
And you called the police.
Yes.
And you stayed with your mom for a little bit after that?
Yes.
And then you were back at the shelter?
Yes.
But you did have a place and the shelter was fine with you being there?
I didn't have a place.
You had a place at the shelter?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. And you contacted Adam?
Yes.
You contacted him quite a bit while he was gone, right?
Yes.
Because he was in jail for a bit and then he went to Farnham Center, right?
Yes, I gave him a ride. So our transportation drove him to the farm center.
And then he went to the sober house.
Yes.
And while at the sober house, you two communicated.
Yes.
But you thought he might be fooling around on you then.
Yes.
And you get mad at him.
Yes.
And you'd tell him he couldn't see the kids.
I don't remember that.
Of course, they're going to try to spin this around and make it look like Kayla is guilty for something. So the fact that she threw in there that she thought Adam was messing around with her, messing around on her and stuff like that, are they going to try to turn this around and actually blame it on Kayla and saying that she put the blame on him because she was mad at him? Like, I'm just interested in knowing where they're going with this. This is insane. Like, are you kidding me? Like, we all feel the way we feel about Kayla, right? Put that aside. Like, are you kidding me? You have someone that's coming forward to tell the truth, and you're going to try to spin it and turn it around like the defendant is innocent, And this woman on the stand who feared for her life and her children's lives is lying? Like, that is insane, Leopard. Wow.
So sometimes you wouldn't let him see the kids, and sometimes you would.
I don't remember saying that he couldn't see the kids.
Okay. Sometimes you'd get mad at him.
Yes.
And you'd communicate your anger to him.
Yes.
And then sometimes you got jealous.
Yes.
And you'd communicate your jealousy to him.
But that I didn't know that he was with a girlfriend at those times.
Right. You just were jealous. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Whether it was Kelsey or not, you didn't know what was going on, but
No, because he was accusing me too.
right,
So,
right. It was sort of a back and forth relationship between the two of you,
Right.
right? And you'd get mad at him, or he might get mad at you, right?
yes.
But when things were, but you were actually both of you sort of trying to get together too, right?
Yeah, we were trying to have our family back together.
Yeah. You considered him your best friend when things were good.
Yes. He was the same way with me too.
Right. You two were pretty connected when things were good, right?
Yes.
And sometimes even when things were not so good.
Right.
Pretty solid with each other.
Yeah.
And so when Adam showed up with this woman in December of 2021, when you called him and told him to come back, you didn't like her.
No.
I think you called her Thing.
Yeah.
But you needed to work with Adam to get through this investigation, right?
That's not why I was being nice to him. Was not because of this situation.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, she did love him, Elaine. Jeez.
The police talked to you before you told Adam to come back, but they talked to you after you told Adam to come back too, right?
Yeah.
And you would tell the police that he took Harmony to his mother's.
Yes.
And
To his mother's? Wow.
one time they asked you to come in to the police station and talk to him.
Yes.
And you did go into the police station and talk to him, right?
Yes.
You went in voluntarily, right?
Yes.
You said that you didn't need a lawyer.
No, I never said that.
You said you talked to him without a lawyer, right?
I said I wanted a lawyer, but that didn't happen.
Oh.
But I felt like I was doing the right thing.
Because you wanted to do the right thing?
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing for the investigation.
Right.
And you went to the police station to do the right thing for Harmony.
Yes.
Right.
And you went to the police station and told them that as far as you knew, Adam drove Harmony to Crystal's.
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing, which was to lie?
No, that's not what I said when I went to the police station without a lawyer.
Okay. Do you recall that after you talked to them for a very long time, they gave you a chance to pull your thoughts together and be alone and maybe write down what you wanted to say?
Yes.
And that you did take that time to write down what you wanted to say to them, right?
Yes.
And they came in and you handed them the note, right?
Yes.
And they read the note, right?
Yes.
And they read it out loud for the record.
Yes.
Right? And they had you sign the note, right?
Yes.
And in that note, you said, I don't know what happened. No clue. I just know he left to bring her to meet her mom to give Harmony to her after he dropped me off at work in the morning.
Yes.
And you wrote, I'm done talking. And you wrote a little bit more. And then you said, I can't help anymore. I'm sorry. I can't help you look at me, however, and I actually can't read it. To show you a copy of.
What's crazy to me is that the defense is focusing heavily on the fact that they had a toxic relationship, that she was jealous that he had a new girlfriend, and now she's focusing on the lies that Kayla told. Kayla has clearly stated that she told the lie that Adam told her to tell. He told her to say it every single time she spoke to someone, to stick to the same lie. She has since come forward, admitted to lying on the stand. She is serving time for perjury. So I don't get why the defense is reiterating all of this again. But we shall see.
Exhibit A2 for ID and actually ask you what it says.
You can look at me, however.
And I'm asking you if you said this stuff, if you need to refresh your recollection, you can, okay?
Okay.
So you said, I'm sorry, I can't help. You can look at me, however. Think of me, however. You just need to get him to talk because I can't get him to say anything to me. He won't tell me anything. So he obviously did something and isn't saying anything to me. And if he isn't telling me, how am I supposed to help you? I'm done talking. And then it goes on a little more for other stuff that I won't say. Okay?
Okay.
Is that what you wrote for him?
Yes.
And you were done talking, right?
And I remember it saying I want a lawyer.
You did, right? In that
Yes.
letter.
Yes.
And you said that you were done talking and you were getting your lawyer and you wanted to go home now, please, right?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to offer this as as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
This has been already a very long day because the first part of it was so intense. And Leopard, you missed it. We started off the stream with Resto. He was live and he joined me on panel and he had me like streaming. He was streaming me while on his stream, but it started getting really heavy and he was just like mind blown. He was like, holy hell, like what in the world is wrong with these people? Because he doesn't know anything about the case really, you know, so he was kind of listening and he was just like mind blown. And then he eventually had to like switch it up, and I don't blame him because it was getting really intense when she was talking about the car, everything that happened in the car whenever he hit her, when he hit Harmony, and she was crying and all of that. It was getting to be really intense. But yeah, this has been quite a morning, y'all. Sorry, I'm on Twitter right now. So Nerdy has a poll on Twitter. I'll drop it in chat for y'all.
So essentially, you were pointing the finger at Adam having done something wrong, not you, right?
Right.
And you were lying to the police about what happened, right?
Right.
And you were giving them a lie that pretty much gave you, made you look completely innocent.
Yes.
Okay. And then they came to you another time?
Yes.
While you were at the fit shelter?
Yes.
And they wanted to ask you about Adam, right?
Yes.
Because they actually saw you and Adam talking outside of the fit shelter, and Adam had just walked away and they came up, right?
I don't remember how that went, but I guess.
Okay. Pretty much right after Adam walked away, they walked up, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. When they told you that they wanted to talk about Adam, you just sort of smiled at him and walked away, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And when the officer asked you to come to the police department, you said you'd already told him everything, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie as well, right? And then,
What's up, Micah?
during that interview, you also told them that you didn't understand why Crystal was saying she didn't have harmony.
Yeah.
I remember at one point we were wondering the same thing. Like, where did he bring her if Crystal doesn't have her?
And in that, and what you told the police back then was that you didn't have a clue what had happened, right?
Right.
And again, you are distancing yourself so that you have no fault in this, right? They can't blame you.
That's not what I was doing. I was doing what I was told to do the whole time.
Okay. Well, Adam got arrested on January 5th, right?
Yes.
You got arrested on January 6th.
Yes.
You knew that Adam was arrested, right?
Yes.
And you were arrested for something that eventually became a theft charge, right?
Yes.
And after you were arrested, you were incarcerated.
Yes.
You were incarcerated for several months.
Yes.
And you wanted to get out.
Yes.
You worked very, very hard to get out, right?
Yes.
You worked very hard to get into rehabilitation shelters and the like in hopes that you could get out to the shelter on bail.
Yes.
And it took a long time, right?
Yes.
I think it was May 6th you finally got out.
Yeah, it was 4 months.
Pardon?
4 months.
Okay. So May 6th is about right?
Yes.
I want to talk about some of the things going on while you were in jail, waiting to get out. Adam, by the way, you knew was not out on bail, right?
Right.
And you knew he could not get out on bail, right?
Right.
You had the ability to get out on bail, but he did not.
I didn't know he didn't have a chance to get out on bail.
Okay.
I didn't know what was going on with him.
Okay. What do you mean you didn't know what was going on?
I didn't know what his situation was with either getting out or not getting out or trying to get out. I had no idea.
Okay. You were sort of following events while you were incarcerated, right?
Not really.
Okay. You were following what was going on with Adam while you were incarcerated, right?
I'm sure as much as she could. It's not like they have access to all that.
Okay. Do you remember talking to people about the fact that Adam was still talking to Kelsey on the phone while he was incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you were saying, I have ways of finding things out, right?
No.
Okay. we'll get back to that in a second.
Oh my gosh, this defense.
During that period of incarceration that you wanted to get out, you did not tell the police the truth of what happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
You didn't tell the police how Harmony died.
Right.
You didn't tell them when she died.
Right.
You didn't tell them anything truthful at all, right?
Right.
And then while you were in jail, you sort of thought about your own trouble and maybe how to get out of trouble, right?
Not just my own trouble, but okay.
What do you mean?
I don't know how to explain it.
You thought about missing the kids, you mean? Their trouble too, because they didn't have their mother?
Yeah, and Adam. I was still thinking about Adam too.
Okay. You were thinking about Adam, weren't you?
Why did she say
And while
that?
you were thinking
I mean,
about how to get out of trouble,
I don't want to interrupt it, but they are trying to spin it like that, Leopard. Like, they know that she loved him, and freaking love will make you do freaking crazy things. We all know this. Some of us know people are, some of us ourselves have been in relationships where it's toxic, where it's a narcissistic relationship, but you stay with that person because you love them and because you think they'll change and blah, 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 blah. Like, it's a cycle. This, however, was a whole different ball game when he did what he did to Harmony and she witnessed it. That would have been like, I'm out. As soon as I could have got my kids and myself out of there, I'd have been out. I'd have been gone. But yeah, they keep bringing up the fact that he had a new girlfriend, that Kayla was jealous. And it's almost like she's making it seem like the only reason that she ever even told the truth was like, bet they're going to try to come back and say that she did it to spite him. She did it to make him mad because she was jealous and she wanted to get back at him. This is so sickening. The evidence is there. This guy is not getting away with this. We know who murdered Harmony. Like, this is so ridiculous. I'm sorry. I had to vent. I will continue.
you sort of wrote some of your thoughts down on paper about how to get out of trouble, right?
Not how to get out of trouble, just what I was thinking. Yes.
About what you wanted, well, you talked about betraying Adam, right?
Right.
To get what you wanted, right?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what is marked.
So this could be damning evidence. Like I said, we really don't know what the defense has. And if there's some certain words or phrases that she used, depending on what she said, like, either way, I don't think he's going to get away with it. I mean, I don't know. This is their key witness and they're freaking coming up with all this stuff. I don't know, y'all. I don't know.
Marked for ID as G10. Let's see if you recognize these writings.
That's so true. That's so true, Leopard. The good thing is the state will be able to have a rebuttal after the cross, so that'll be good. But I mean, she has documented pictures of her after he beat her, you know, like.
You finish?
Yeah.
Do you recognize those writings?
Yes.
And those are writings of your thoughts that you put to paper about what you wanted to betray Adam, right?
No. They are my thoughts. Yes.
Okay. Well, let's go. One of the things that you wanted was one last time with Adam, right?
Right.
You wanted one last time to maybe kiss him or make love.
Yep.
And what you didn't write was that you wanted protection from Adam, right?
Right.
What you didn't write was that you were afraid of Adam, right?
Right.
Because you didn't want protection from Adam, right?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay. You just wanted to
She
be with him
loved
one
him.
last time before you, as you put it, betrayed him, right?
Yes.
And having one last time with Adam before you talked to the police, you felt like he would understand and he would love you back, right?
No, I'm thinking about the conversation that him and I had before.
About
the kids still having their mother when
Okay.
this situation occurs.
Right.
And that he would take everything.
Yeah.
So that I could be with the kids.
Right. You two talked about that and what would happen. And you both agreed that you were the mother. You were more important to the kids, right?
Right.
That you were the mother of his children, right?
Right.
And you needed to be there for his children,
Right.
right? And you needed to be around more than he needed to be around.
No.
You actually wanted him to not be caught, right?
Yeah, I didn't.
Wow.
Pardon?
I didn't.
And you wanted him to not be blamed for the death.
Right.
Because he didn't do.
Okay, whoa. Let's try to unpack this real quick, y'all. I know that this is already a long trial, but whoa. Okay, so they talked about if something like this went down, he was going to take the charges. Basically, I got this. If anything goes down, I'm taking the charges. You're the mother of my children, of the kids. You need to be there for them. I got this. They had that sort of conversation. And then she's also admitting that no, she didn't want him to get caught. And that's clear because she told the lie, the lie that he told her to tell. She even lied on the grand jury. That's why she's serving time. But now I'm wondering, and this is just me, just my mind going everywhere. Now I'm wondering, is everything she's saying truth, or is there a mix of truth and lies? You know what I mean? Like what? Nerdy has a poll up right now, and it was like, do you believe Kayla Montgomery's testimony? 31% say yes, 11% say no, and 57% say partially truth and lies. I just don't even know. Like, I don't know. My mind is everywhere. It's definitely a twist. Yeah, well, they talked about it after Harmony was, unalive. I see what you're saying. They talked about it and she's admitting it. I mean, she's being honest. We have to keep in mind that she's already serving a perjury charge. Like, and if she is caught again, like she's lies again for perjury, those charges that were on her, including being involved in the murder of Harmony, is going to fall on her. She has to tell the truth here to the defense and also to the state. This is just hard to listen to. All right, we're gonna listen. I'll speed it up a little bit to catch up. I'm so sorry, but my mind is everywhere, y'all.
What you said he did.
He did do what he did.
Okay. Well, one of the things that you wanted other than being alone one last time, was immunity. Immunity for everything, the charges you were facing and what you were about to say, right?
Right.
And it's what you were about to say about Adam, right?
Right.
You weren't going to say anything about you if you didn't have to, right?
I was going to say everything.
Okay. And you wanted the kids in your life. You didn't want to lose custody of your kids, right?
Right.
And you wanted treatment, right?
Right.
You wanted mental health counseling, right?
Right.
And immunity from everything. Where did you learn about immunity? For
Adam.
Adam told you about immunity?
Yeah.
And this is things that you're going to talk to your lawyer about?
Yes.
Okay. And you thought that you want to see what the AG has to offer, but you don't want to end up being screwed yourself by them, right?
Right.
You didn't want them to play games with you and then you would get fucked in the end, right?
Yeah, because that's what Adam said that they would do.
Okay. It was all Adam, right?
I am my own person, but yes.
Okay. And you said, I am so fucked, I should just, I don't know, for Harmony, for me, for my kids, for... So you actually thought, maybe I will help with the investigation for Harmony.
Yeah.
And one of the things is you were noticing that Seamus was having a hard time, as well as Declan, and you didn't want them to get adopted out, right?
Right.
And it's one of the things that you talked to Adam about when you two agreed not to talk about Harmony's death, was that people would take the children.
Right.
And you didn't want people to take the children, right?
Right.
And you would rather hide Harmony's death than have the state come and take the children from you, right?
That's not what I was thinking.
Okay. But you two talked about it and how important it was for you to be there with the kids and for them not to take the children, right?
Yes.
And it is a conversation that you and Adam had after you discovered Harmony's death.
Yes.
And it is something that you agreed to after you discovered Harmony's death, right?
Yes.
And Adam did agree to take the fall after you discovered Harmony's death and had that conversation.
Yes.
And as you said, when you two were in sync, it was about as tight as it could be, right?
Right.
Best friends, do anything for the other.
Right.
That note was your thoughts for what you wanted your attorney to talk to the AG about, right?
Yes.
And that note was found in your cell, hidden like between the mattress and the frame?
No, it was in a book.
Okay. But it was found during a regular cell search, right?
Yes.
And the COs asked you about that note.
Yes.
And you said that you wanted to talk to the AG.
Yes.
And when you hoped to talk to the AG, those were the conditions that you wanted to get.
Yes.
And you did not have a conversation with the AG in January, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in February, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in March, right?
No.
But you did get a subpoena for the grand jury.
Yes.
And you understood what the grand jury was.
Yes.
And you did get out May 6th, right? That was before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you still didn't talk to the AG before you went to the grand jury.
Right.
By the way, I would like to have that introduced as a full exhibit. That would be G for ID. Oops.
Sorry, I'm in here, y'all. I was just texting people, catching up on chat. My phone was blowing up. But yeah, this is. So the note was found in her cell, and so she never got to talk to the attorney general about the immunity deal and all that. So she ends up probably going to the grand jury, and that's where she ended up lying on the stand. And then I'm guessing they're going to bring out when the deal came forward and all that stuff, which I hope they do, because like I said, I find stuff online, but in trial you find out all the details, and I'm really curious to see what the deal ended up being. I'm also really curious to know if she's like spoken to Adam ever since, like, everything, since she started coming forward with the truth and all that. I'm wondering if she ever spoke to him, or if he's tried to reach out to her. It's just little things like that that cross my mind and I wonder about. But yeah, they're muted at the moment, so that's why it's quiet.
The objection is withdrawn. Exhibit G, the ID is stricken. It is entered as a full exhibit.
Sorry, I couldn't. So in any event, you, after that note was seized, you asked to talk to the AG. You didn't talk to the AG before getting subpoenaed to the grand jury, but you did get out, right?
Yes.
And before you got out, you actually filed for divorce, right?
Yes.
You filed for divorce in March.
Yes.
And you were done, right?
As hard as it was, yes.
Okay, done. It was in your past now.
Not really, but.
Okay. But your future was about you now, right?
Was this March of
Yeah,
2021?
Okay. And you went to the grand jury
Yeah, I think so.
in May of 2022.
Oh, 22.
22. May 20th, actually, right?
I didn't know it was in the same month that I got out, but I thought it was around that time, between May and June.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of the front of the transcript of your testimony, would that help refresh your recollection about when it was?
Yes.
Okay. And this is States Defendant's Exhibit B for ID. Does that refresh your recollection? Yes, please feel free to check through the transcript to make sure it's correct and that it's you.
I remember I remember going to this, yes.
Okay. And looking at it doesn't refresh your recollection about the exact day, but it seems like around the.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you went to the grand jury, you had no immunity, right?
Right.
You had no agreement with the state.
Right.
And about 2 years, over 2 years had passed since Harmony had died.
Yes.
And over 2 months had passed since you wrote that note that is Exhibit G of the conditions that you'd like to get for, quote, betraying Adam, right?
Yes.
And so you went to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you were advised that you had to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
They actually swore you in like you were sworn in here.
Yes.
And there was a prosecutor there asking you questions.
Yes.
And there was a group of people, not in this configuration, but probably even more people there that were the grand jury.
Yes.
And you were not particularly happy with Adam when you went to the grand jury, right?
I was stuck in my head.
Okay. Well, you lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Even though you swore an oath to tell the truth.
Yes.
And not only did you swear an oath to tell the truth, but you were actually given, I think what they called ground rules. You remember being given some of the rules of testifying in front of the grand jury?
Yes.
And you were told that you could refuse to answer any question if it would incriminate you, right?
Yes.
And you understood what incriminating you would mean, right?
Yes.
And that meant if it would get you in trouble.
Yes.
And you were told that incrimination was pretty much if your answer would risk you being charged with a crime.
Yes.
And you were also told that if you did answer, you had to answer truthfully.
Yes.
But you were also told that if you had an answer that got someone else in trouble, you had to answer that.
Yes.
And you were asked if you had any questions about those rules, right?
Yes.
And you were also told that if you had a question about any of the questions,
yes,
meaning if a question might incriminate you or not, you could take a break, step outside and talk to your lawyer, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but he was available to you, right?
Yes.
And if you thought that a question might get you in trouble, you could go out and talk to your lawyer.
Yes.
And you were also told that you could get charged with perjury if you lied to the grand jury.
Yes.
You were told that not only could you get charged with perjury if you lied to the grand jury, but you could get charged with perjury for each and every lie.
Yes.
And that a perjury charge could bring a sentence of 3.5 to 7 years.
Yes.
In prison.
Yes.
And that if you lied more than once, you could get more than one sentence of 3.5 to 7.
Yes.
You could get a sentence of 3.5 to 7 for every lie you told to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you lied to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you lied more than once?
Yes.
You lied more than twice?
I only got 2 counts of it, so I don't remember lying more than twice.
You do not recall lying more than twice to the grand jury?
Right.
You think you only lied twice to them?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, this lady
Let's
here.
go through what you talked to the grand jury about.
Okay. Here we go. I'm ready for it.
They actually talked to you. The prosecutor had this note.
Yes.
Grand jury, right?
Yes.
And I couldn't tell. Was it this note that was handwritten by you, or was it a copy of it?
It was a copy of it.
Okay. And he read some and had you read some of the note out loud to the grand jury so he could ask you questions about it, right?
Yes.
And he asked you what you meant by thinking about betraying Adam, right?
Yes.
And you said you were thinking about, that he hurt Adam, Harmony, right? Because he had actually only been arrested on June 5th for second-degree assault to Harmony.
Yes.
And you said that betrayal sort of referred to that. You were going to betray him on that.
Yes.
Okay. Because you said that you didn't know what happened to Harmony, that you had no idea.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
And you said you thought Adam hurt her, but you didn't know what happened to her.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
And that was a lie that protected you, but pointed the finger at Adam, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked about physical abuse by Adam?
Yes.
And you said he spanked her a couple of times when she wasn't listening or something, but it wasn't a lot.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
No.
And when they asked, well, what is it that you're talking about betraying him? You said, well, he verbally abused her by putting her in a corner and spanking her.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
No.
Okay. You told the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony was 2 days after Thanksgiving, 2019.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
You told them that Adam dropped you off at work because he was bringing her to her mother's.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
And you said all the kids were in the car, you were going to work, and everybody was fine.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
You said that you worked in the morning. You knew it was, they asked you about your shift, and you said it was 6 to 2 at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
And that was the truth for when you worked at Dunkin' Donuts, but it was a lie for 2 days after Thanksgiving, right? You didn't work at Dunkin' Donuts 2 days after Thanksgiving.
Right.
And that was one of the lies that you got charged with.
Yes.
Okay. But you had lied before that, right? To the grand jury already.
Yes.
And then you also said the day that you were working on at the Dunkin' Donuts, and that was your second charge.
Yes.
So you got charged for lying about the shift that you worked at Dunkin' Donuts, and you got charged for lying about...
It was the location.
The location, not the
Yes.
day.
Yes.
Okay. The location of Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
But not all those other lies that we've already talked about. You didn't get charges for them, right? And when you told the grand jury that you were working at Dunkin' Donuts that day, the prosecutor actually gave you a hint. He said, "Are you sure?" And you said, "Yeah," right?
Yeah. Yes.
And he said, "Take a minute and think because we had the records," right?
Right.
And you repeated the lie anyway.
Yes.
And but you knew that they knew at that point that you might be lying.
Yes.
You knew that you might be getting caught.
Yes.
And you didn't know what to do.
No, I did not.
So you just continued in your lie.
Yes.
And so you said that you had a conversation with Adam, and he told you a day or two before taking Harmony to her mother that he was going to do that, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And you said that you figured he gave her to her mom because her mom, Crystal, had a place.
Yes.
You didn't figure he gave her to her mom.
No.
You knew that she had died.
Yes.
And she had died in the car.
Yes.
She died in the car with you,
Yes.
and you knew it.
Yes.
And so when you said you're trying to convince the grand jury that you're telling the truth, right?
Right.
Because every time you lie to them, you are subject to 3.5 to 7.
Right.
And so you want them to believe you.
Right.
And then you tell them that one of the reasons that you didn't think about what was going on with Harmony was because you had a lot of stuff going on with your son.
I don't remember that.
Okay. You said that one of the reasons that Adam brought Harmony to her mom was because she had already been through so much with the state that he didn't want her to live in the car anymore, and she could live in a better place with Crystal.
Yes.
And that again was trying to get the grand jury to believe your story.
Yes.
You know, that part that they just said that Adam told Kayla to say that Harmony was with her mom because they were living in a car and he didn't want her living in those conditions. How I wish that was true. How I wish that he had actually tried to bring Harmony to her mother, because even though her mother was not stable at the time or clean, I believe and know without a doubt that Crystal would have fought to get clean, to get her daughter, because look at where she is now. And not only that, but Harmony would have been in really good hands with the foster family she was with until Crystal could have got her act together. Harmony would still be alive. I wish that lie were true. I just don't understand how this evil monster can do the things he's done to this little girl. Kayla chose to be with him. She chose to stay. She chose to be there. I don't know how hard it would have been for her to leave. I know it's easy to say I would have left. I don't really know. But I would like to think that if it was this kind of situation, there's no way in hell I could follow him around knowing Harmony is with us every step of the way and be okay with it. There's no way I could do that. Mentally, no way. I don't care how much I love someone. Now, she did lie to the grand jury. She was doing what he told her because probably in the back of her mind, she remembered the threats that he told her, the threats that he gave her, and saying that if you ever tell, you're going to be next. You know, she probably had those thoughts in her mind. Those probably didn't go away, and they probably still don't. So I do believe a lot of what she says. However, it's probably mixed with maybe some little white lies, or like she left out a few things. That's just my opinion. Only she knows that. That's the sad thing is there's only two people that really know, and that's Kayla and Adam. And it's their word. And we do have physical evidence of everything. But we have Kayla's word on the murder of Harmony. And the defense is trying to make it look like she's unreliable. She can't be trusted or believed because she lied. I really, really hope that this goes the right way and that Harmony gets the justice that she deserves, and her murderer is labeled a murderer of Harmony Montgomery. Like that title, we already know. But I want it to be official. I'm so sorry. I am just ranting. She said lies, 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 like so many times, drilling it. Yeah, it's like they want the jury to focus on that. She would be leopard. She tried to cover it up, lied, then decided to come clean for herself, for her kids, for Harmony. Will never know her truth. Exactly. I mean, and like I can't even put myself in that situation because I've never been in that situation. So it's like, but at the same time, she decided to come clean. I can imagine because, like, think about it. Okay, he's incarcerated. He's locked up. This is getting really big and this is really out of hand. Maybe I am safe right now to speak the truth. You know what I mean? Because, like, to get the burden off of her, even I don't know. We can talk about it after. It's just a lot. It's a lot. Because now I wonder if she did it for selfish reasons or did she do it for Harmony? You know, Adam Montgomery is the one who told her about ask for immunity, tell them you want all charges dropped, blah, blah, blah. They had this conversation. So did she do it for herself and her kids? And was Harmony included in that? Did she do it for the right reasons? Like you said, we'll never know. And I'm so sorry to keep interrupting.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And you said Harmony was a normal kid, right?
Yes.
And that was not a lie.
No.
You said that she had issues like anybody else.
Yes.
And that was not a lie.
No.
And you said that you actually, when Adam came back without Harmony, you actually asked, did you take Harmony to Crystal, like you said, and he told you he had.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
You told the grand jury you didn't think it was strange that Adam didn't buy Harmony birthday cards or talk to Crystal about Harmony, right?
Right.
And they asked you why, and you said it was because you had your own issues with your eldest son, and with all that you and Adam were going through, you weren't thinking about Harmony or your eldest son.
Right.
And that is a son that is not of you and Adam, right?
Right.
That is a son that you were also visiting.
Yes.
And there was a lot going on with your son. Adam had a lot going on with Harmony. And so you just didn't think about all those things because it was too chaotic.
Yes.
And so while some of that might be true, that certainly wasn't why you weren't thinking about Harmony, or about Adam not staying in touch with Harmony, right?
Right.
Because you knew Adam was dead, right? Harmony was dead, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And so you just sort of made that up as a reason why things are going on in your head. So something that would be strange to other people wasn't strange to you, right?
Right.
It just sort of popped in your head. This is a good reason to give the grand jury to try and convince them I'm telling the truth.
Right.
But it was from a real life detail, right? That was going on in your life with your eldest son.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that Adam had been violent to you, so you believed that he had been violent to his daughter.
Yes.
but you hadn't seen anything.
Right.
And you told them that you were under the assumption that whole time that Harmony was with her mother.
Yes.
Another lie.
Yes.
You told the grand jury, obviously, you were thinking he did something wrong, but you didn't want to think about that, right?
Right.
And you said because you had the other kids too, right?
Right.
You had other stuff to think about.
Right.
When the prosecutor asked you, do you think it's a good possibility that Harmony's not around anymore? You said that could be a possibility, right?
Right.
You didn't tell them that you knew she was dead,
Right.
right? You didn't tell them that you were there when she died.
Right.
And that's kind of a lie by omission, right?
Yes.
It's like not telling them something to send them down the wrong road, right?
Right.
And when they asked you if you remembered any more about the day that Adam drove off with Harmony, you told them what you remembered. Seamus was 2 and Declan was 11
months.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if you remembered anything Adam said, and you said, no, not that I can. You sort of let it trail off, right?
Right.
You were asked if you were done with Adam at the time that you were testifying, right?
Right.
He said, are you done with him? And you said yes.
Right.
And are you saying that was a lie?
Yes.
Okay. And you told them that you kept insisting that all you knew was that Adam drove off with Harmony, and that was all you knew.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And that is protecting you.
And Adam.
It's actually pointing the finger at Adam, right?
No.
Okay.
Not
But
when it's the
Wait,
lie.
I want to hear that again. Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. Gosh.
is Adam. You kept insisting that all you knew was that Adam drove off with Harmony, and that was all you knew.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And that is protecting you.
And Adam.
It's actually pointing the finger at Adam, right?
No.
Okay.
Not
But-
when it's the lie.
Okay. Because you told them that you thought Adam must have done something wrong with Harmony, right?
Right.
And you were pointing the finger at Adam, right?
Right.
And you were protecting you.
Right.
Okay. And when the subject of the items that Harmony had, you told him that Harmony had a sports cup with pink flowers, right?
I don't remember telling them that. They showed me a picture of it.
Oh, okay. Do you remember telling them that?
I just remember the picture.
Did you tell them that she was wearing Nike sneakers
Yes.
and that she was wearing a Star Wars hoodie?
Yes.
And you talked to the jury with a straight face about remembering what she was wearing, right?
Yes.
Even though the Star Wars hoodie is what you cut off of her body in the shower at Union Avenue.
Right.
Okay. And you didn't have any problem talking about that to the grand jury, that that's what she was wearing, right?
Right.
But you did have a problem telling the grand jury the truth, that you were cutting off her clothes in the shower at Union Avenue.
Right.
And you said the last time you saw Harmony, she was happy.
Yes.
And you had no problem with that lie to the grand jury, right?
Right.
And the last time you saw Harmony, you thought she was asleep, but she was dead.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
One of the things that happened at the grand jury was you were talking about some of the things that the family did after eviction, right?
Yes.
And you talked about going to Colonial Village, right?
Yes.
And Colonial Village is what you've talked about on direct, pretty much where you kind of camped out during the weeks before you went to your mom's.
Yes.
And I think you told the grand jury that you went to your mom's around the 11th.
Yes.
And that seems about right?
Yeah, it was the beginning of December.
The 11th?
Like the beginning of the month of December.
Okay, well,
I call that the beginning. Sorry.
He'd been in the car for a couple of weeks before going to your mom's, right?
Right.
So you told them that your car had died and you slept in the car of your friend Anthony Badero for a weekend.
Yes.
And it was sometime after that that you went to your mom's.
Yes.
And you told them that Badero saw Harmony every day while living at the Colonial for that couple of weeks, right?
Yes.
And that was a slip up, right?
I don't remember.
Well, if you were telling the grand jury that Harmony died on November 30th, but you're talking about being in the car for a couple of weeks from the 20.
Yeah, she just messed up. She didn't. She just messed it up. That didn't make any sense. I kind of caught it. She got it so much. She was saying that Kayla slipped up because she said she told the grand jury that Harmony died November something. She didn't say to the grand jury that Harmony died. She lied on the grand jury stand and said that Harmony went to meet her mom. So
You told the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony was November 30th.
Yes.
Which was 3 days after your eviction.
Okay, yeah, she corrected it. Thank you.
But that you stayed at Colonial Village, you have said, for about 2 weeks.
Yes.
After eviction, right?
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that Bordello saw Harmony every day behind the Colonial.
Yes.
For those 2 weeks, right? That was a slip up, right?
No, because you did see her.
Okay. For 2 weeks?
He did see her a couple of times, yes.
You said every day behind the Colonial?
Not every day.
Okay. For those 2 weeks, he saw her, right?
Yes.
For a couple of weeks, right?
A couple of days. During those weeks, he did see her for a couple of days.
Do you recall which days?
No, I just know we were still in the car.
Did Anthony Bordello didn't see y'all very much before you were parked at the Colonial, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did he see Harmony often?
Once in a while, if we drove to his place.
Okay. Would you go in to his place with Harmony?
No.
Okay.
We'd be in the car.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you a portion of your grand jury testimony. And ask you to read it to yourself. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about it, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And I will say that this starts after you're talking about the accidents that we've talked about earlier today.
Okay.
Now I'm going to show you a specific page, which is 45. And feel free to read anything that you want, but start at 45, going through until the subject changes, okay?
Okay.
while she's reviewing that, why don't you switch your seat?
Okay.
Okay. So, and I'm starting at page 45. The prosecutor talked about, so you stayed near Colonial Village for a period of time, right?
Yes.
And he's talking about after eviction when you are staying in the prosecutor.
Okay.
Okay. So, and I'm starting at page 45. The prosecutor talked about, so you stayed near Colonial Village for a period of time, right?
Yes.
And he's talking about after eviction when you are staying in the car with the family behind Colonial Village, right?
Yes.
And you say yes. He asked if any. Script, refresh your recollection.
Yes.
And at first, you told them that Badero saw Harmony. Did you tell them that?
Sorry, y'all. I'm multitasking too. Kim, I think it is still the grand jury indictment, if I'm not mistaken. Because they're making it a point to point out the fact that she lied on the grand jury indictment, even though she's already admitted that, and even though she's currently serving time for it. They're trying to push that into the jury's mind that she lied, she lied, she lied. That way she seems to be an unreliable witness. But hello, there's hard evidence against Adam. You know, like it's just ridiculous at this point.
That Badero saw Harmony for probably every day for like a couple of weeks.
Yes.
Was that the truth?
No, it was like every couple of days.
For the whole 2 weeks?
Yes.
He would go out there to the car, right? And talk to y'all, right?
Yes.
And sometimes he and Adam would go off and do stuff.
No.
Adam and he might actually give Badero, drive Badero in Badero's car for a while, right?
No.
And that's why was Badero coming out to the car for you?
Because we were getting drugs.
Okay. So you're saying Badero came out to the car to give you drugs?
Yes.
Okay. You said that Badero saw Harmony probably every day, but now you're saying it's probably every couple of days?
Yes.
And after you said that to the prosecutor, do you remember actually addressing the fact that you said that you hadn't seen Harmony after November 30th?
No.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether he raised that?
I'm sorry.
that he actually reminded you that you had said that Harmony went missing on the 30th, right?
Right.
And so he said, are you saying Badero saw Harmony before November 30th? And you said, yeah.
Yes, he did.
Okay. But you were actually saying also that Badero saw Harmony during that 2-week period that you were behind his place.
Right.
Okay. But you said that Harmony had disappeared, been gone, left.
Overruled.
So that was sort of a slip saying that, right?
No.
You're talking about events after the 30th where Badero is seeing Harmony at a time that you're telling the grand jury that Harmony has gone off. Adam took her to her mother.
After the 30th. He saw her before that.
Okay.
Okay.
For 2 weeks after eviction, while you're staying at Colonial Village, he saw her during those 2 weeks. Is that right?
Yes.
So eviction would be November 27th, right?
Yes.
And for that 2-week period, that would take you just shy of December 8, 9.
Yes.
And so you are saying that Mr. Badero is seeing Harmony in December.
Yes.
That was a slip, right?
No. I didn't know what the last time was that he saw her, but I know that he did see her every couple of days during that time.
Okay, but if Harmony was if you're saying that Harmony is gone since November 30th, how can somebody be seeing her in your car after November 30th?
Approach. Go ahead.
You told the grand jury that you got evicted on the 28th, 27th.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that for 2 weeks from that eviction, you stayed at Colonial Village.
Yes.
But you told the grand jury that 3 days after that eviction, Adam took Harmony to his mother's.
Yes.
Or to her mother's.
Yes.
So that she was no longer in the car.
Yes.
But you also told the grand jury that Anthony Badero saw Harmony throughout that 2-week period, right?
Right.
Okay. Are you saying that Harmony was in your car during that 2-week period for the Badero? Are you telling the grand jury that he was in your car for that 2-week period after Adam had taken Harmony to her mother's?
Yes, because that didn't happen.
Overruled.
Pardon?
Yes, because she didn't actually go missing on November 30th. So yes, he did see her.
Okay. So that was actually the truth, right? And it was a truth that was very inconsistent with the lie that you had been telling, right? So you sort of slipped up there, but it got missed, right? After that, maybe it is a good spot.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time for our mid-afternoon break. We'll take about 15 minutes and we'll come back and resume the testimony. I'll ask you to just stay here. Please rise for the jurors. right, she can step down, have about a 15-minute break, and then she can come on back to the stand. All right, everybody, 15 minutes.
Okay. Is anyone still here? I know Leopard was stepping out, she said. But yeah, this is a lot to unpack. Just Kayla's testimony alone is just like, I have a lot of questions. She obviously loved this guy to a fault because she covered for him. She lied to the grand jury, and yes, she did eventually come forward. However, it was his suggestion that she ask for immunity from everything, and he even told her that, like, sometimes they can screw you around and blah blah blah. So it's like they really did have a whole conversation about like the possibilities, the lies that she should tell, what could happen if she don't, that sort of thing. And she even clearly says, it was to protect her. It was to protect Adam also. She has said that today. So she obviously still loves the guy. I'm just wondering if when she told the truth, what was her real intentions? Was like when she left him that day, when she had her daughter in her hands and she talks about leaving, running to her friend's apartment and like leaving him. She left him on St. Patrick's Day. She got away from him. Was it a relief when he was finally in jail? And was it, like she's thinking and like, okay, now I can breathe and I can talk because he is incarcerated and I am okay to start speaking the truth. Did she do that for him? Did she do it for her? Did she do it for her and her kids? Like, what is her real intentions of coming forward and telling the truth? That's where I'm at with it. But honestly, like I said, I'm glad she did, because for the longest time we had nothing. It was crickets from this case for a while. And now we're learning that there was a lot going on in the background. Obviously, there was multiple locations that they were processing, getting evidence from, collecting evidence, talking, to witnesses. There's a lot going on. So even though this happened in 2019, she was reported missing in 2021. We now finally have trial 2024. And that is why I say that murder trials they are usually the ones that, they take the longest. And yeah, I'm thankful that she told the truth, but I just question her intentions. But it's like, whatever. At this point, I can't do anything about it. I think that she definitely should be charged with something in regards to what happened to Harmony. But I have no control over that. But I do know that they have fingerprints of Adam in that ceiling vent at the shelter. In my opinion, it's a pretty open and shut case, but I know they have to present everything. And that's where I'm very frustrated. And yeah, it's very confusing, Kim K. It's so much. To me, the evidence is stacked against him. To me, from what I've seen in the affidavit and plus what they've already revealed, we know a lot more. The only thing that we don't know and might not ever know is is where he disposed of Harmony's body. Kayla said she does not know. And sometimes I wonder if she's lying about that, but then she would be committing perjury because she was asked that today. So yeah, it is very confusing. I'm going to go check Twitter real quick while they're at lunch. Let's see. I'm going to always go to Nerdy's page because he has all the happenings. Let's see what people are saying about this poll that he did. Do you believe that's the one I was reading to y'all earlier? Oh, let me move that banner. Actually, I'll make it a scrolling banner. Okay. So I'm going to read the comments under here. So I'm not going to lie. Some of the stuff that came out of her mouth made me vomit. I literally vomited. How the actual F can someone do this to a child? Yeah, I agree. That was mine. This was true. I read this earlier and I didn't have time to read it to y'all. But she says if this many people don't believe her testimony, then if they were jurors, they would technically have to throw out her statements, which I don't know how you could convict Adam if you don't believe the person saying it was him. So kind of sad to think Adam could possibly get away with this. And if you don't believe the only proof they have to convict Adam, which is Kayla, then who do you think did it? Kayla? And that's just a question she has. I don't think Kayla did it. I just think Kayla was part of all of it. She still loves Adam. And then she said, I believe all of it. Oh, there's that. He hasn't posted anything new. Let me refresh. Oh. Okay, yeah, that's the last thing. Kayla Montgomery gives a snarky okay to Adam's public defender. Maybe this is a clip. Let's watch it. I thought it was a clip. It's important to note that Adam Montgomery has chosen to plead guilty to charges of abuse of a corpse and in falsifying information or evidence in the death of Harmony. I like his ticker. It's very informative. However, he still faces charges of second-degree murder and assault in connection with her death. Second degree? It should be freaking first degree. Ugh. Okay, so this is just my Twitter feed. I'm not trying to look at all that. A lot of people are not believing her. This is so true. Do prisons give drugs to their inmates before appearing in court? Is it allowed for a witness to be high while testifying? Kayla and Uncle Kevin were high as fuck. I'm so confused. They both really did. Kevin especially seemed to be really spaced out. Kayla just seems to me like she's just exhausted, overwhelmed. But I'm not taking up for her by no means. I mean, she knew this day was coming. Shower. Yeah, the defense is doing a hell of a job at confusing the heck out of the jurors while trying to paint Kayla as a liar. Where am I replying from? Okay, sorry, y'all. I'm pretty active on Twitter whenever I actually check into things. The judge ordering her break right after that defense attorney's merry-go-round questioning tells me even she felt mind fucked and needed a mental smoke break. Court is taking his effort from break. I think the defense lawyer in the murder of Harmony Montgomery trial is doing a poor job of making Kayla look guilty. Anyone can expose Kayla as a liar, but that's not going to change Adam. Exactly. Like 100%. Why are they saying that he pinned the murder on his... He didn't pin the murder on her. I mean, he didn't concede guilt to it for himself, but he didn't point the finger at her. Can't be first degree. Oh, it wasn't premeditated. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. I always forget about that one little factor. Thank you for that, Kim K. Wait, did it? Okay. See, the way they say it right here, Adam Montgomery murdered her and Kayla Montgomery watched. Ugh. And that's what I'm saying. That's the things that you can't deny. You know, you can't deny that that is true. Just because she is coming forward and telling the truth does not mean that she's innocent. Oh, I didn't know what she is posting here. No, it just notifications. Not once has Kayla been allowed to say that she was scared of Adam, and that's why she went along with helping him conceal the body. She's just as culpable for not stopping him and for letting him do it and beating her throughout the years. I mean, she's a victim as far as the beating of, like, the abuse on her goes. But yeah, I don't know how she could have stopped him because he just would have beat her, and he could have done it to her too. But letting him do it, yeah, she didn't speak up. She didn't let anybody know. She didn't tell anyone what he had done. Adoptive father of Harmony's brother reflects on tough reality. Oh, this is a... I don't know what that took me to, but that wasn't what I wanted. This is what I believe. Whenever Adam hit her the first time, when Kevin noticed the black eye, he said that it was because Harmony put her hands over the baby's mouth. Leopard had mentioned this yesterday, that maybe the baby was crying and fussing, and she knew that Adam would get angry and take it out on her. I don't think she was like maybe 4 going on 5 at that time. She's not going to intentionally put her hand over the baby's mouth to harm this child. She's literally a 5-year-old trying to not get in trouble because she knows her father's going to take it out on her. And a lot of people had something to say about that. That's exactly what I was thinking when I heard this yesterday. She knew that the low-life coward was capable of, and she was trying to protect the baby. Yep. She was trying to protect the baby, exactly. And that story was only told by Adam. No one witnessed it. I think Adam made it up so it would explain Harmony's black eye. That's a good point. Harmony was protecting her brother. When Harmony cries, she gets a beating. Poor baby. Exactly. She was 4 watching a 6-month-old. So she was probably trying to keep him quiet, or maybe none of that happened and he just hit her for the fun of it. That's true. We don't know. So what are they saying? Why would you not review your report before testifying? Oh, yeah, like he didn't remember anything from his report. Oh. Mm-hmm. Oh, goodness. I'm sorry, y'all. During the down times like this, we don't really have a whole lot to look at. Yeah, and he didn't show up again. So this is the document I was talking about. So it's a report detailing why he refused to come to court on the first day, February 7th. And it was because he didn't want to do the strip search. Which is like, what? I wonder if I can try to save it somewhere. Okay. Hey, Intuitive. No problem. They're on a little break right now. So I was kind of just going over Twitter. Oh, thank you. That's awesome of you. I appreciate it. So we did find out that he didn't want to beat it. Adam didn't want to go to court that first day because when they went to escort him out and they mentioned that he was going to be strip searched, he basically was like, didn't want none of it. He was not having it. He was like, I'm not effing going. He was visibly upset. So yeah, why would he want to refuse strip searches? That's my question. It's just my question. I got questions. I had a lot of questions. Right? He's not even there. This is such a good video because it's like, tough guy, huh? And you're not even in the freaking courtroom, dude. I'm gonna play this one.
And I look forward to my upcoming trial. And I look forward to my upcoming trial to refute those offensive claims. And I look forward to my upcoming trial to refute those offensive claims.
That was a good one. It's facts, though. Oh, dang. Where did I just see that? Where did it go? Oh, here it is. That's from Grizzly True Crime. She's awesome. She's an awesome freaking creator. Sorry, y'all. Somebody else missing in the Washington, D.C. area. Yeah, I don't believe he will ever tell us where this precious baby girl's remains are. Breaks my heart into billions of pieces. May Harmony Montgomery rest in peace, and may the person responsible, we all know who, burns in hell. True crime trial. I don't think we'll ever know either. Because if it's not going to benefit him, he's not going to tell. Okay, let me get off of Twitter. Oh. Okay, let me... My bad, y'all.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the grand jury, you were asked about those car accidents, remember?
Yes.
And you said that you recalled two and that Harmony was in the car for one of them, but she wasn't in the car for the other, right?
Yes.
And that you couldn't remember why she wasn't in the car for the other, right? And you thought that that was a November accident that she wasn't in the car for.
Right.
Is that the December accident that she wasn't in the car for?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember that Tabitha Scott was in the November 29th accident, was in the car during that?
Yes.
Okay. So you thought it was November, but you're probably talking about the December accident where Harmony wasn't in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember on direct that the prosecutor asked you to look at the grand jury?
Yes.
I'm sorry, at this jury. Do you remember when he asked you here to look at this grand jury?
Yes.
And overruled. I said grand jury again. I'm sorry.
Sorry, yes, sustained.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you remember at the end of your direct testimony, the prosecutor asked you to look at the jury?
Yes.
And he asked you, did you kill Harmony? And you looked at this jury and you said no?
Yes.
Do you remember that the prosecutor at the grand jury asked you to look at the grand jurors?
Yes.
And he asked you to tell them what happened to Harmony and you said you didn't know?
Yes.
So looking at jurors while you're lying doesn't change the lie.
Oh my gosh. Really?
So you also told the grand jury that neither Adam nor anyone else asked you to lie about what happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
And that lie that you told the grand jury, you told them freely, right?
Yes.
And it was a lie that you and Adam came up with when you didn't want PCYF in taking your kids or blaming either of you or anything like that, right?
Right.
And that lie protected you and let the investigation focus on Adam.
Yes.
You also told the grand juror that when you contacted Adam and told him to come back to Maine and he came back to Maine, you said that once there, Adam said, tell them I brought her to her mother, right?
Yes.
And that was sort of the truth, right?
Yes.
As he said, you'll be okay, just stick with the story, right?
Right.
You didn't have to worry.
Right.
He would be there for you.
Right.
one of the, in the grand jury, unlike this jury, the individual jurors were allowed to ask you questions, right?
Yes.
And so you not only had a prosecutor asking you questions, you had individual grand jurors asking you questions, right?
Yes.
And you lied to them, right?
Yes.
You told them that you were actually feeling scared for Harmony at some point, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. You still have that grand jury testimony there?
Yes.
Or this is to refresh your recollection. Conversation starts, but you can check before that to make sure. And so when you were talking about meeting up with Adam when he came back from Maine and he told you to tell them that he took Harmony to her mother, you were actually asked about the fact that the investigation is going on, right?
Yes.
And you told this jury that you had actually seen Crystal on the news talking about her missing daughter, right? I'm sorry, not at the grand jury today, to this jury.
Yes.
And when, in light of that, when Adam said, I took her to her mother, do you remember being asked at that point again, did it make you wonder what really happened to Harmony? And you said, yeah, it did, right?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked if you were scared for Harmony at that point?
Yes.
Telling the grand jurors that you were scared for her.
Yes.
And you were telling the grand jurors this at a time that you knew that she was dead.
Yes.
And you insisted you didn't know what happened to her, right?
Right.
Now, these are several more lies that you've told the grand jury, right?
Right.
And you talked to this jury about Adam in the spring of 2020, accusing you of things and punching you.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that he punched you 2 times, right?
It was more than that.
Okay.
But yes, I did.
And you told them that you left Adam because you saw abuse as a kid and you didn't want your kids surrounded by that stuff.
Yes.
And that's when you left Adam in March of 2021, right?
Yes.
But you actually left him also in April or in the spring of 2020 for a very short period of time, right?
I don't remember that.
You don't recall leaving with the kids for a couple of times in the spring of 2020?
No.
Okay. Because the spring in 2020 is when you started talking about the first time that Adam started thinking weird things were happening, right?
Yeah, but I didn't leave him. We still lived in the same. We just moved to the Union Street apartment building.
Okay. And you didn't just leave for a bit and go to a friend's for a day or so?
No.
Okay.
I remember I left for a couple of hours with the kids, but I went back to the house. I went back to the apartment.
Okay. So one of the times that he was feeling like there were cameras and stuff, you just had to get away from it, right?
He fell asleep, so I took the kids and left.
Yeah. Because he was acting very strange.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm going to move on from the grand jury testimony for now. Keep that back away from you if you'd like. Thank you. When the grand jury testimony was over, you were able to leave. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were still out in public on bail.
Yes.
And by the way, I was told that I did mess up again. Adam was arrested January 4 and you were arrested January 5. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. So you are out, but you have certain conditions that require that you, report to the police station?
Yes.
You have to report in person. How many times did you have to report?
Every day.
every day you had to come to the police station so that they would know that you were around, right?
Yes.
And so you were doing that before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you were doing it after the grand jury.
Yes.
And every day you're at the police station. And one day, and it was June 3rd, you come
Yes.
in for a reporting day, right?
Yes.
Or a reporting time, sorry. And you got arrested.
Yes.
And you kind of knew that that might happen because you knew that you had lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you got arrested for 2 charges of perjury before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And it was about your shift at Dunkin' Donuts.
Yes.
And it was about the location of Dunkin' Donuts.
Yes.
And we talk about a whole lot more lies that you told the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you didn't get arrested for any of those lies, right?
Right.
And probably talked about more than 20 lies that you told the grand jury.
Yes.
Maybe more.
Yes.
And you got 2 charges for lying to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Now, before testifying in front of the grand jury, you had some other prior convictions, right?
Yes.
One was for false information to a police officer.
Yes.
And one was for altering a prescription drug.
Yes.
And you got incarcerated on that one on a probation violation in 2013
Yes.
and got out in 2014.
Yes.
And it was sometime after that that you and Adam got together.
Yes.
And you were together but got married in 2017.
Yes.
And you got married on Harmony's birthday.
Yes.
And that was intentional, right?
It wasn't supposed to be on her birthday.
Okay.
We were getting married before our son was born, and he came 3 weeks early, and he ended up being born the day before Harmony's birthday. And we were planning a baby shower wedding that Sunday, and we ended up having the JP come to our house and marry us while I was in the middle of contractions, and then we had the baby.
And that was, you did it during the shower because friends and loved ones had been there too.
Yeah, that's what we were supposed to do, but we didn't get to.
Okay. And when you went to the grand jury, you were also facing other felonies at the time, right?
Yes.
At the time.
Yeah.
That was confusing. On May 20th, when you went to the grand jury, you had some felonies that you had been charged with but had not been resolved.
Yes.
And 2 of them were for receiving stolen property.
Yes.
And one of them was a theft by deception.
Yes.
And although you got charged for them, they were dismissed as a part of the agreement that you reached with the state, right? And when you were out on bail on the 3rd, they held you for a few days, right?
Yes.
And you got rebailed for those perjury convictions, right?
Yes.
So the day that you came in, they had to arrest you and book you, and you had to go to jail. And eventually, 3 or 4 days later, you were able to get out on bail.
Yes.
Same bail conditions as before.
Yes.
No changes.
No.
And you were supposed to be of good behavior.
Yes.
And you were supposed to be drug and alcohol free.
Yes.
And you got rearrested. You were supposed to remain arrest free too, right?
Yes.
And you got rearrested, right?
Yes, because I missed court.
Pardon?
I missed court, so I got arrested.
They found you and arrested you on a capias for missing court, but you also got charged with prescription drugs.
Yes.
And that case went away as well on the day of your plea to the perjury indictments,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, I mean, that's just what I'm thinking. You know, they're trying to make her look horrible to the jury because she is the only witness. She is the only kind of evidence we have that Adam did it, you know? So they're trying.
And your interview with the police, you certainly didn't know that day that you would be arrested when you walked in for your check-in, right?
Right.
And on that day when you walked in and got arrested on your check-in, you didn't know if you would be able to walk out.
Right.
They might hold you in jail again for perjury.
Right.
Because it's a pretty serious offense, right? And you knew that when you raised your hand and swore an oath to the grand jury that if you lied to him, it would be a very serious thing.
Yes.
And so you were kind of concerned that you may not be able to get back out on bail when you got arrested.
Yes.
And you said you were ready to talk.
Yes.
You said you wanted to give a statement, right?
Right.
And you did not have an agreement when you said that, right?
Right.
You did not have any negotiation when you said that, right?
Right.
The AG had not actually met up with you at all when you said that, right?
Right.
And actually, any negotiation when you said that, right?
Right.
The AG had not actually met up with you at all when you said that, right?
Right.
And you wanted to make sure that you got out as soon as you could, right?
Right.
And so your attorney was called.
Yes.
And there was a sort of agreement reached before you gave your statement, right?
Right.
And you didn't get immunity for crimes, right?
Right.
And you didn't get future immunity for any crimes that you might commit.
Right.
But you did get an agreement that whatever you said that day couldn't be used against you.
Right.
And that they would look at what you said that day, and if they wanted to use it, then you might be able to reach an agreement.
Right.
And so
I'm going to rewind it here a little bit just so I can jot down these notes. And I have it on. I'll put it back on normal, rewind it, because this is where they're talking about her deal. So I want to make sure I have all
that
the.
you got out as soon as you could, and really met up with you at all when you said that, right?
Right.
And you wanted to make sure that you got out as soon as you could, right?
Right.
And so your attorney was called.
Yes.
And there was a sort of agreement reached before you gave your statement, right?
Right.
And you didn't get immunity for crimes, right?
Right.
And you didn't get future immunity for any crimes that you might commit.
Right.
But you did get an agreement that whatever you said that day couldn't be used against you.
Right.
And that they would look at what you said that day, and if they wanted to use it, then you might be able to reach an agreement.
Right.
And so that wasn't the immunity from everything that you had wanted, right?
Right.
That wasn't the no time deal that you had wanted, right?
Right.
That wasn't the ankle monitor that you had wanted, right?
Right.
And there was certainly no guarantee or conversation about you and your future life with your children.
Right.
But you knew they had you solid on the perjury, right?
Right.
You were never getting around that one, right?
Right.
And so you decided that this would probably be the best that you could do to get as few consequences for your actions as possible.
Yes.
Are you okay?
My head hurts.
I knew she had a headache. She just said it.
I'm like having a migraine.
Do you need to stop? Maybe approach her on it.
She needs some water and some headache medicine. Poor girl. Whew, she making me feel bad. Just call it a day, bro.
For everyone. Long day.
Poor girl.
For everyone. And I would like to give the witness an opportunity to have a rest before we proceed. So what I'm going to do is we're going to stop for the day today. I know I had said to you that I thought we would go until 4, but I think it makes sense for us to stop for the day. So we're going to end now. You're going to come back at 8:45 on Monday morning. I cannot say to you strongly enough how important it is for you to avoid all media this weekend. Please avoid all media this weekend. Additionally, if people know you're sitting on this case, they may want to speak to you about it. They may have opinions about it, even though they're not here listening to the evidence in the same way you are. Please do not talk about this case with anyone. There will come a time, as I said to you earlier, when you will be able to do that. That time is not now. So, it's supposed to be a little warm this weekend. I hope you'll find some good activities to do, but stay away, stay offline, stay away from the newspapers, stay away from any.
Leopard, she had a migraine, a really, really bad migraine headache. You could tell something was wrong with her.
Driving by locations, if it's on your route home, drive by, don't give it any extra attention. Don't go to any of the places that we visited on The View or the places you've heard about here. Don't look up any names. Don't do any research on them.
Hi, Irene. I don't know if I've seen you here before, but welcome in.
That if in your comings and goings you see any of the
Do I know you from like Twitter or something? Your name looks familiar.
And you're instructed not to speak with them, so they're not being rude if they don't acknowledge your presence. You have all been extremely attentive today, and we are very, very appreciative. We will see you back here on Monday morning, 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Okay, so yeah, it'll be 8:45 Eastern. They're gonna start at 9 a.m. So if you're Central, that's they'll be there for 7 and start at 8. 7:45 start at 8 a.m. So yeah, that's gonna be Monday. We have a break, and the defense is probably still going to be questioning Kayla on that day. So with that being said, and yeah, I did want to point out that oh dang it, I closed it. Let me find it real quick. Leopard, are you still here watching for a moment? Let's see. So before they approached her and was, checking on her or whatever, I could tell. I even told Micah, I was like, she must have like a really bad headache or something. And you can tell in her actions. Watch.
Yes. And 2 of them were for receiving stolen deception because of purposes, right?
Yes.
So
yes,
no changes. Got rearrested. You were supposed to or plea to the person.
Yeah, she starts like rubbing her head.
You certainly didn't know that day that you would be arrested when you walked in for your check-in, right?
Right.
Know if you would be able to walk out.
Right.
They might hold you in jail again for perjury.
Right.
Because it's a pretty serious offense, right? And
yeah, so she was starting to struggle at the end. She was having a really bad headache. So, thank you all for being here again, y'all. This was 7-hour live today. I have a lot of videos to download from my StreamYard to make room to continue streaming, but I promise to continue streaming as long as this trial goes on. So with that being said, I'm going to get off of here and take a little break for the day because I know we have a live later tonight. Not my own live, but other channels. Resto, the guy that was in here with me this morning, that was on panel with me, he will be live later. I don't know the time yet. None of us really do. You just have to kind of look out for it. But yeah, definitely check out his channel later. It's always a good time there. Always a lot of fun. Leopard, yeah, you mainly missed Kayla's. We read the affidavit. Kind of what was in the affidavit. But to hear her go over every detail, with her attorneys, she talks about like everything about the car, about where Harmony was placed at what time. Like it's very, very, very detailed. She gets very emotional. She cries a lot. She talks about like being afraid of him, the things he said to her, and it includes a lot. It's a lot. Just be mentally prepared if you go back in and watch it. And to all of my people watching, replay crew, or anyone here, when I end the stream, if you don't mind, you can leave a comment underneath. It helps the algorithm. My channel is not going to be monetized, but it will help get the channel and, hopefully the trial into the algorithm. And that's just a little bit more coverage for Justice for Harmony. So, yeah, she had to go back over all of that again. And then, honestly, I think the headache started because when the defense got up there and the way that she's just been doing things, like I would have a headache too. It's Elaine 2.0, but I love you all. Thank you all for being here for this journey. Sending love and light out to Nerdy. This is a heavy, heavy case for him too. And he's dealing with another heavy case. So 2 cases he's dealing with. And that's my homie. Like, that's how I even learned of Harmony's case. And this is very hard for him. So I'm sending love and light to Nerdy Addict out there on Twitter. But love you all. And I will see you on Monday for Harmony's trial. Otherwise, I'll see you on the streets. Be safe, be kind, and stay blessed. Love you all. Bye.